It's the finals that everyone expected in the CBLOL to decide who goes to Worlds. Rensga and Red Canids, they will play one best of 5 to decide who gets to move on to Worlds in Europe in a month and who, well, goes home. 4x4 here, Roodood and RMC. Thank you so much for being here. A special TriCast presentation on the CBLOL unofficial English stream of the CBLOL finals. Gentlemen, like I said, well, first of all, how are you? Second of all, this is the final that everyone expected, right? Red Canids as they floundered through most of the split, and Rensga after their miracle run. I still don't think that the expectations were this high.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I can speak for both myself and RMC when I say that we are both incredibly excited to be here and incredibly happy, of course, that we
Indeed.
get this opportunity. Having two people on the cast just wasn't enough to fulfill the entertainment, the excitement levels that we are expecting from this grand finals today. And I hope that you're doing well yourself, 4x4.
Thank you. Doing all right. RMC, to you.
Well, Roodood has already said, yep, we are super hyped to be here. And I mean, you say this is the expected finals, but I think the only thing expected about it was that we would have a finals. Both these teams getting here. Only Dia predicted it. No one else got the prediction right, but I'm sure we have lots of fans who are very, very happy, very, very excited. And part of the reasons why we didn't necessarily expect these two teams to be here is perhaps the way they performed in the regular season. And Roodood, I know that you know all about these teams from the regular season here.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, we'll start off with Red because we've got a little bit of a touch on those. First of all, that their regular season was at best shaky. I think is probably the best way to put it. They sort of ended in the lower quarter, in the not necessarily the lower half, but the lower end of the teams that ended up qualifying for playoffs, and definitely didn't look necessarily the most consistent. Coming in at sixth place on 10-8 record, which is still very good, but still not quite where we expected them to be coming out of split number one, having finished in the top two in regular season there. And then obviously coming through, they're now in the final. So incredibly impressive stuff by them. But for Rensga as well, I think we've even got a little bit of a bracket, a little bit of a graphic here to show you guys. Of these guys actually just being able to completely just abolish, dominate everybody really in the second half of the split. Certainly looks like they were an incredibly formidable team to be coming up against. Only taking one loss, as you can see, and that is up against a team that are no longer in the tournament. And most importantly, something that we might like to note here, that they came into it they came into playoffs with a win over Red Canids right here. The last game of the regular season was a win up against them, and I believe we've even got a little graphic to show you how that matchup went as well, so you can get a little bit of a glimpse here. We can obviously see that Red were able to come out on top in that one. But in terms of the overall matchup here, you can see that it was a 13k gold lead at the end, 12k, but neither of these teams, as we would expect, get those getting those Dragon Souls in. But it's once again the bot lane, I think, where we can probably draw the most sort of information from here, because we've got Ezreal with 31,000 damage, the most on his team by far, and that really does sort of set the pace, set the standing for what I think we're going to be expecting this entire game, this entire series long.
Yeah, and you know, it's Rensga who did walk away the victors there. I think Red side Rensga managed to win here, and as you pointed out there, Root, it was a rather one-sided, high-handed finish there from Rensga, but it does lead into the playoffs here, where, as you mentioned, you know, Red sixth place teams, Rensga fourth place team, they're not the hottest here, and they had to play through quarters, semis, and now to finals. And it's worth noting, because of the way the CBL playoff system works, if you're first and second seed, you get a bye. Rensga and Red didn't. So Rensga had to face Loud, and then they faced Pain in an epic full 5-game series there. And I only mentioned that because Rensga lost to Pain in the regular season. Like you showed in that graphic, Root, it was the only team they lost to. They got their revenge. So now we can say that in the second half of the split, Rensga has won pretty much all their matches, if not all their games, and Red on the other side of the bracket here, coming up against Flamenco, a team that Titan has ties to from the past here. Sorry, not Titan, it was Jojo, pardon me, who had ties to them. And we had Vorax as well. You know, another very, very strong team. And Red did not even take it to the full 5 games. They won both 3-0, 3-1 to make it here to the finals. Rensga versus Red Canids.
And that's what was so wild. I mean, talking about the playoffs here, with both of these teams, right? I mean, maybe it was just me that didn't fully buy into Rensga. Maybe there was some dumb logical part of my brain that I should have tossed well before I got into CBLOL. But it hung on and said, no, Rensga, surely, the mid jungle, the language difference, like, because so often Brazilian teams that bring on foreigners and Korean players, especially, to be just like, all right, plug and play, get us to the top, please. That hasn't worked out historically. And I thought it was going to be the same for Rensga. I thought, the o bicho vai pegar, if you will, that eventually it would come back to bite them, especially in best of ones. You see that kind of success, you say there's no way it translates into playoffs. They're winning off something. I mean, you look at Rogue in the LEC, I think is a great example of that. TSM in the LCS, right? But not only did they take down Loud, which again, in both of these series in the playoffs, both first round matchups, Flamengo and Loud didn't offer much going forward. And so then you think, okay, well, Vorax against Red and then Pain versus Renska, you think, well, those two teams, that was the finals I expected. That was the chalk finals.
Yeah.
And so you think, all right, well, this is where it all goes to the dogs, and not even close. And I think with Red especially, I want to focus in a little bit more on them, because for Red, the mid lane swap at the very end, Grevthar, and his champion pool and how that has changed this team, I think has been maybe not, it's hard to say, especially for a mid laner, that is the reason they've leveled up. You can point to a number of other factors, because the talent on this roster was always undeniable, and that's, I think, what was frustrating if you were a Red supporter, was why isn't this team clicking? But Grevthar, I mean, what a move! I mean, it's one of those moves that by the coaching staff, you say, okay, if it doesn't work, you're an idiot, but if it works, you're a genius. It was a very high risk move, and Grevthar, from he's known for the Kled mid, but having that stable of AD champions you can throw in the mid lane with a prevalence of AP junglers as well. Again, I don't want to zero in on one thing, because I think it is more than that, but Red's transformation in this playoffs has been absolutely unprecedented.
Yeah, I mean, it's undeniable that they've looked a different team, and I think that's a very important point to put out there, is that whilst these two things may have happened at the same time here, that it may not be exclusively down to Grevthar coming into the mid lane. But I think we can attribute a large portion of it to that. Obviously, being able to come on in has really revitalized the squad at the very least, and certainly put them into a different position in standings, in terms of the fact, well, hey, they look like a team that, at times have been incredibly good, but at other times have been really not quite that good. They've taken really weird losses, definitely with a 10-8 record, right? 8 losses across the split is not exactly what you want from a top team, unfortunately. But they've brought Grevthar in. They've lost one game now, or maybe 2 games, on their playoff run. And, in 2 best of 5s, that's pretty darn good. Obviously, has landed them in the finals. And I think that this mid lane matchup, whilst it may not be our core focal point, is certainly something that can have a big impact here today.
Yeah, and I think it's also worth noting that the regular season only matters as far as it gets you into the playoffs. And then once you get into the playoffs, it's a whole different beast. That's why we talk about things like Robo's playoff buffs, like Flamenco's curse, at least in 2021, and the fact that they can't seem to play the back end of the split or the playoffs here, and Red have peaked at the right moment. And when you look at this roster, there's so much talent. Gigo, Aegis, Grevthar. These 3 are rookies in that this is their first year in CBLOL. For Grevthar, it's his first split, his first set of games in CBLOL. So it's astounding what they've accomplished. And then Titan. It's worth noting that Titan's been to Worlds before. He's been to MSI. He has won CBLOL. Red has a reputation as children, as the kindergarten of CBLOL, but that's not strictly true. Yes, they have a lot of rookies. Yes, they are macro, their shot calling, their decision making at times is rather impatient and might feel a little immature, but they actually do have experience here. And Titan, I feel like this is the stage for him to really, really start to show his experience, his veterancy. It's shown so far. Now, can they hold the same against this different Rensga, this even more rookie organization coming up from Goyas?
And that's another thing that's been really cool. You talk about the identity of Red, right? They're back in CBLOL, pre-franchising. They were under Red, a number of different banners. One, Red Corinthians by Chimon, supporting my favorite team down there. But this is a team that, finally is back. And Rensga chose a very unique way back into franchising. They went all in on their brand. And it wasn't like, it's not, to go all out on your brand when you're Loud is a much safer, I would say, and much different thing than going in all in on your brand when you're Rensga. It is a risky proposition. I mean, I confess I don't know what other esports Rensga as an org has, and so if they do, I apologize. But for League, I mean, you're playing across the country, right? This is like, when people say like, oh, solo queue in LA is garbage because the servers are in Chicago, right? Brazil's just as big a country. And now they finally are playing on double digit ping. And you go, oh my gosh, what? Wait, when I click, I don't have to wait? Like this is, it's over. It's over for you kids. And like, call it Team of Destiny, call it better ping. Rensga themselves, obviously the Korean mid jungle is the focus. Yuri and Croc have been monstrous, and I think the mid jungle is something that I'm going to be watching very closely through this whole series. But I think you're going to see Prio in that and draft, etc. I want to talk about Damage and Kiari specifically because Damage I think has been an absolute monster, and Kiari. But what's been cool about Rensga is that they haven't gotten here because of imports. They've gotten here because of young Brazilian talent, and I think that's something that any neutral can get behind.
Yeah, of course. And looking at that last game in week number 9, right, we got to see that it was Damage coming out from that bot lane who has just been absolutely tearing it up. Yes, it was Ezreal. Yes, you're expecting to get high damage output, but still being one of those core carry forces for the squad is really something that we have to be, taking homage of and saying, hey, this is a player, a personality in the squad that can definitely pump out the damage, be it that he's being led by these sort of Korean presences, be it that he's the one calling the shots. We simply don't know. But at the end of the day, he's the one who's pumping out the damage. He was the one who was the carry force in that final game of the regular season. And he's somebody who is going to have himself a really difficult time in this series. RMC already touched on the fact that Titan is coming from a position of that international experience, having already won CBLOL, having been and played up against the best of the best in the world. And now he's got to try and challenge this new upcomer, this new upstart in the Brazilian league here. Damage has got himself a fairly formidable task ahead of him, but I think that it's one that he should certainly be to because he's been able to do it throughout the regular season, been able to do it throughout playoffs, and now coming into the finals, this is that point where you say, okay, you're this young player, you've never been in this position before. Do you have the ability to handle the pressure, or are you going to boil under the heat?
Yeah, and Damage is the only person on Rensga who actually has experience previously in CBLOL. Even last split, we saw Damage on, it was Fury, I believe, the team. And I've got to apologize to Damage because last split, when I looked at Damage, I was telling to you, hey man, this guy does more damage to his own team than he does to the enemy team. And I've said that multiple times on cast as well. That's changed. Split 2 on Rensga, Damage has looked way, way better. That little stint, I think, in Academy, Fury Academy last split, has sort of awakened him to the fact that, hey, my spot's not secure. I need to start showing up and making plays. And he's been really assisting Trigo in getting this bot lane lockdown, allowing Trigo to scale. And Kiari. For CBLOL is stacked in the top lane. I feel like in every single team, any of their top laners really can pop off and take a game. And Kiari last split on Rensga, the only holdover really from last split, Trigo I guess a little bit, but he was playing Academy last split. Kiari is one of the big holdovers from the original Rensga roster last split. And he did not look good. Even this split in the regular season, very hit or miss. But the moment Rensga got to Sao Paulo, the moment they're playing on double digits, maybe even single digits ping, Kiari has been a huge carry force, and the Rensgas might be the Cowboys, but it feels like the top side of the map, Kiari, Croc, Yuri, they're not Cowboys, they're bandits, and they make away with the early game right off the bat, over and over and over again. Pain fell to it, Loud fell to it. Can Gigo, Aegis, and Grevtar stand up? I don't know. And then as the game goes on, Trigo, he's the protagonist of the story here. We don't talk too much about him because the screen time is so short for Rensga. They've been closing their games out early. But the hero always comes late. And when the game gets to the late game, Trigo is their insurance. He comes in riding up the sunset here, gunslinging left and right, taking people out. So I am super hyped for this bot lane matchup. Maybe not the first 15 minutes of the game, but post 15 minutes, that should get spicy.
And I do appreciate your extended cowboy metaphors there, by the way. Riding off into the sunset, gunslinging. I don't know how much of that was intentional, but regardless, I enjoyed it tremendously. Yeah, so looking at both of these teams, and if we've shown this graphic before, I apologize, but I think we have a graphic that's kind of talking about their head-to-head, splits, in different stats, who comes out on top as we look to preview this matchup specifically. Talk about the teams individually. Let's look at them a little bit head-to-head and what we can expect from these teams and how they're going to, if they change their identities going into each other or not. As we look here, like you said, RMC, the screen time is short, a full 2 minutes shorter average game time. Now, this is in the playoffs, mind you. Let me clarify here. This is in just the playoffs. So you're seeing both these teams at peak form. And we wanted to show the playoff stats because, especially for Red, there are going to be some wonky numbers. But what we care about is the team in front of us right now. So, more kills, more deaths. Is there anything else that stands out to you? Because I think that number on the bottom left there, damage per minute. This is a team that this is a high-powered team, and they hand it over to Trigo, like you were saying, in that late game, as late as the game goes for Rensga, I suppose. But looking at these matchups right now, whether it's from these stats right here or otherwise, do you see the teams changing how they operate at all? These are teams that like to be aggressive, more so Rensga, whereas Red play a more attacking bottom lane. Rensga play a little more safe. They let damage go all over the place in Rome. What are you watching in this matchup specifically, Roodood?
I think for me, one of the important stats here, and I think that this stems throughout the entirety of CBLOL as well, is the heralds per game, because we've had a big meme about CBLOL heralds, right? 1.63 versus the 0.86 just goes to show you that Rensga put such an emphasis on this neutral objective. Their ability to move around Summoner's Rift and find themselves gold through the Rift Herald really does go to show, and that sort of correlates with their first brick percentage as well. It sort of goes hand in hand. And also, just a little tidbit here, nice to see that we've got an equal number of pentakills coming in to this game right here, with Yuri having one for himself, Titan having one. Everyone, hopefully we get another one tonight.
Yeah, I love that you bring that up, Roodood, because they're the only 2 pentakills we've had in CBLOL all season long, and it's on Yuri, it's on Titan. It was foreshadowing that they were going to be here in the finals. Love to see it. Now, 4x4, you asked the question, is there any statistic that's a little bit surprising here? And there actually is one for me that stood out, which I wasn't expecting to see. I mean, we know Rensga is an early game team, average game time, first blood, first break, their focus of Herald over Dragons, the damage per minute, all of that plays into it. But the gold difference at 15 actually favors Red Canids. And that is a little bit surprising to see when they're the ones who like to play a little bit slower, a little bit more conservatives. Their deaths per game, they have the lowest deaths per game out of any team in the playoffs here through all their games. And that's average deaths, of course, that we're showing, not total, because the more games you play, the more you rack up. So they are a very careful team, and they're still able to find goal differences. That means that their laning, their CSing is better here. And that is going to put more pressure onto Rensga, because if you're not turning the screws on them early, then Red's going to farm up, they're going to get ahead, and then they're going to get themselves maybe another MVP for Titan when he's already picked up 3.
Yeah, no, I like that you pointed that out. 'Cause I mean, yeah, the damage per minute is one thing, and like you said, all these statistics favor Rensga in the early game. But Red, they don't. Like you said, you've got to turn the screws on them, and or like if you don't think that you can, compositionally speaking, fight them, it seems like Red are a team that know how to stand back, but not let the game happen to them. Because there is a difference, right? They're standing back and just saying, all right, we're going to let them dictate the pace of the game. And it's like, okay, look, they can do what they want, but we know where we can accrue our advantages and take little things off so that when we get to a place where we want to fight and we want to contest objectives, etc., we can. And we have the gold in our pockets to do so. And on average, they have more gold in their pockets at that 15-minute mark. Now, to be fair, Rensga they have the second best gold diff at 15. So it's not like they're any slouches, but that difference is objectively a little surprising. But let's get into just straight up let's get into some predictions, unless there's anything that y'all wanted to hit specifically before we dive into our
Can we? Yeah, I was going to say.
yeah.
Can we touch on? I know more specifically that we've touched on a little bit about the mid lane, right? That we've got this nice powerhouse matchup of the new age coming through for Grethvar. I'd see if he can maybe be something. But I want to touch a little bit on this bot lane here, and I know that RMC has something to say as well, right? Obviously, we touched on the moderately veteran presence of Titan up against Trigo, who, sort of this young upstart as well. And I for one, want to see how that matchup plays out. I want to see if that pressure gets to him. RMC, let's take it away. See what you got.
Yeah, so to me, that is the lane to watch here, Trigo and Titan, because we talk so much about Titan being strong and all that, but some of the statistics actually caught me a little bit off guard. We know that Rensga has more DPM as a team, but Trigo out damages Titan. And then I was looking at gold efficiency. That is how much damage a player does with the gold they're given. And interestingly enough, Trigo actually wins out in that aspect as well. So Trigo is actually more efficient with the gold. The big question shows from everything else, though. The KDA higher for Titan. And we talked about why that might be the case. They die less. But the CSD at 15, +9 for Titan, -8 for Trigo. And these two have not faced each other at all in the playoffs. So if we just take that, sort of in isolation here, that's a plus 17 advantage for Titan in the lane, CSD at 15. And that is going to be the biggest threat. If Rensga can get Trigo out of the lane intact and not too far behind, then I think Rensga have a very good chance at winning the mid to late game team fights here. But Titan, if he dominates the lane and gets out with the lead into the mid to late game, that is where Red Canids feel the most comfortable. And if you're applying all that pressure in the bot lane as well, that bandit trio we were talking about in the top lane, Kiari, Croc, Yuri, they're no longer as free to do things because eventually they will have to respond to the bot lane. And if they're in the bot lane, they're not in Red's jungle.
And I think as well, quickly, that something else that we can touch on is that this stylistically between the two teams as well is something that we could very much see come to sort of bite Rensga here, because they've got this because they've got this stylistic difference of Rensga fairly heavily playing toward this top side with those three bandits up there, and Trigo that you can see maybe gets a little bit left in the lurch potentially by his team. But what we need to acknowledge here is that exact damage per gold that Trigo is incredibly efficient on a low economy. This AD carry is able to find success regardless here of how his team plays. And I think that enables Rensga to be a topside team. And the questions that have always been raised is sort of how consistent can Gigo be on that top side? Is he that top laner that is going to be Gigod, or not quite up to that standard and not really manage to be too much of a presence up there? Whereas if we look down on the bot side where we know Red like to focus, we know that they're going to be trying to put Trigo down. And as you can see in these stats here, in these playoff statistics, that regardless of what the enemy team tries to do here, Trigo may have a worse KD, may go down in CS in the early stages, but he still finds the damage regardless of the gold that he gets.
Yeah, the bot lane is going to be really, really interesting. You talk about how Trigo kind of gets, left in the lurch. They do put him on champions that are right with doing that often. You think of the Ezreal, that's kind of the main one you think of. But both these bottom lanes, I mean, just looking back at the picks and bans, they do favor the jungle a lot, the top end jungle, the solo lanes and the jungle over the course of the playoffs, because, we did talk about, look, that is kind of, where the fireworks are going to be for sure, especially on the rootness, tootness Cowboys of Rensga up on the top side, and prioritizing those heralds. But the bot lane is going to be really, really interesting to watch because it seems like it reflects to some degree. I don't know about reflects. It says something interesting about how these teams like to operate. And I'm looking at, again, especially at damage in the meta of a roaming support. What is that man able to do? And can damage stay safe? Are Titan and JoJo just going to ram ganks down his throat? And like you said, respond to things on the bot side when the top side of Rensga goes crazy. That's kind of what I'm looking at. We want to jump into some predictions, gentlemen.
Let's go ahead. Let's do it. Because we haven't seen anyone's. We haven't seen each other's. That's the important disclaimer here.
No, we have not seen. We have not seen anyone's. So my prediction here, I said Red 3-2. Now, part of the reason I say this is because I feel like the CB, this is like sort of like cheese reasoning, but also I have a more serious reasoning later. But this CBLOL has not gone to plan at all, and my gut says that Rensga look like the more focused and ready to go team. They look like they have a bit of an identity. They look like they have a foot on the gas play style that is going to help them out. But maybe it's because I want to see a more experienced team go to Worlds, right? I mean, yes, there are some rookies on Red, but I want to see guys like Titan go back there. And I want to see this organization do well with another shot there. I don't think we're going to get the expected result. I just do not. I think that Red have figured out how to respond to different things that Rensga want to do in the early game, as powerful as they are. I think a series could go either way, but something in my gut says that this is where Rensga's run stops. And it may be an entirely undermining statement. I feel like I'm going to get burned for that. I feel like this is going to get clipped and thrown everywhere.
I guess that will follow up. I too have predicted Red, but I predicted it as a 3-1 here. I think that their unlocking of Grethfar and those sort of slightly more veteran presences is simply going to be enough to tick them over the edge and take them into a fairly convincing game state. And despite all of this powerhouse of Rensga on the top side, I think that Gigo has been more than adequate during the playoff stages. I think that we've got the top lane CBLOL buff coming through this time for the Red squad, and I think that they'll be able to mitigate, neutralize, deal with the Rensga priority that they like to put down. And I can see this being a fairly quick series here with Red, who have always, as I've always said, they've looked like the team with one of the best skill ceilings. I think that coming into playoffs, they've been able to show it.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, hearing your explanations, I'm a little bit worried here because I predicted the other way. But following 4x4's logic, I'm feeling more confident because if you guys are predicting Red, the upset should be for Rensga here. And okay, to be honest, I actually forgot what I predicted for a second, so I had to think about it. But I know I predicted Rensga. I don't remember if I predicted 3-2 or 3-1. I went with 3-1 Rensga here. I'm with the Cowboys all the way. Let's go, Axeman. I mean, Rensga beat Pain in the semifinals, and that 5-game series was a beauty to watch. Yes, it was really tense. Yes, there were Fiesta moments. But for the most part there, I was very impressed by Rensga's game plan. Their early game execution was solid as ever. That Renekton priority that series was disgusting to watch. And I'm hoping we get to see Chiari once again on that Renekton here. I think it's doing pretty well into what we've seen come through from Gigo. That the Gwen and the Tom Kench priority that we've seen come through. So I think the matchup's good there. And besides, I'm a Pain fan. So if I don't cheer for the team who beat Pain, who am I really cheering for?
I mean, you're not true to yourself. And at the end of the day, that's all we can ask for. It makes everything better. Yeah, I guguess that Gyazo this, clip it, whatever you want, throw it on the internet, make us look dumb. I mean, one of us is gonna look dumb.
I want to quickly say here. I told RMC before we got onto broadcast here. I have a very head and heart situation right here because actually, before coming onto the show, I had a dream actually last night, and I am not making this up. I promise you to everybody that I had a dream, and I woke up that Rensga 3-0'd everybody. That they 3-0'd this final. And this was after I'd already submitted my predictions, right? This was after I'd said that Red 3-1'd. So my heart quite clearly wants Rensga to come through and win this, but my head says it's Red. So actually, you know, I'm correct either way. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Hey man, Brazil's all about the heart, man. So
you know, true.
I gotta go with my heart with Brazil. Like you said, you know, this is a region that defies expectations over and over again. And predictions aside, I think the one prediction that we can all safely make here is that this finals is going to be packed. I mean, I had said during the Pain Rensga game that I thought that was going to be the real finals, and I know whoever made it through, it was not going to be quite as exciting. I take that back because it's Red coming through, and their performance in the semifinals against Vorax. I said Rensga's early game was immaculate. Red played just good overall here. They 3-1. They didn't even go to that game 5 here. So I'm expecting a lot between these two teams here. I'm putting a lot of weight on Aegis's shoulders here for Red to hold up against Rensga. And if he can do that, if he allows Titan to scale up, then whoo boy, it might be a 5-game series. You know, the closest person might be 4x4 here because Roodood, you and me, we went 3-1 either way.
True.
Also, real quick, if Roodood, if Rensga does 3-0, just know that I know that where you are is under pretty strict kind of COVID restrictions. But know that I will find a way to kidnap you before Worlds. Every single game before my pick'ems, I will put NyQuil in your drink so that your dreams are extremely vivid. We'll go to bed and have these just bananas nightmares, just like 100 Thieves. They got to the semifinals. I don't know. And I'm like, all right, bet, take it to the house. But only if Rensga 3-0. So maybe for your safety, hope they don't. I don't know.
Yeah, we're going for the Red win game 1 at the very least.
And keep the prediction intact here. All right, that's going to do it for us here. 4x4, Roodood, and RMC will be back with you in just a few minutes, probably about 8:10-ish. I think that's what we got left on the pre-show. We don't have an opening ceremony, just a pre-show. But we hope you enjoyed it, regardless. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you on the other side. The finals await. One best of 5 to determine who goes to Worlds and who goes home. We'll be right back.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Wow, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling, Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches, come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd, they're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride, you're turning the tide to true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand, you're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down the ceiling.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. 4x4 Roodood and RandomMinionCaster bringing you the 2021 Split 2 CBLOL Finals. Let's go, boys. This is it. We are here, finally, on a rooftop in Rio.
I'm flying.
And we're flying on a rooftop in Rio and simultaneously in a bedroom in Chicago, Vancouver, and somewhere in England. And getting in the draft here, we're already a couple picks advanced into it. This is sort of what I expected anyway. First couple bans targeting some AD mid laners, the Aurelia from Yuri and the Lucian as well, taking it away from just about anybody. But the jungle and top locked in immediately for both teams.
Yeah, and I wanted to touch on Gwen if we had a chance to, because this is a champion that hasn't seen too much love in other regions, but Brazil still a firm believer in the Gwen power here. They first pick it on the red side, and I was wanting to see what Rensga had in terms of a counter pick here, because that was certainly something that I was expecting, but they locked in the Gwen super early. They also get Viego, RMC. If we go back to the first game of the split, you had some very strong opinions on these two.
Yeah, I mean, this was exactly the OP combo when we started Split 2. Pain fell to this, but it was at the hands of Rensga. Now, Red have it, and we talked a bit about the fact that for the side of Rensga, their priority on Renekton. If you're picking that Gwen, you have to know that the Renekton's on the table, and the fact that Chiari plays both Gwen and Renekton is familiar with that matchup. Now, Diana, a bit of a change up here. Croc has played it before, and most notably, we saw it with Yasuo before for Yuri. That is still an option here, especially since we do see Trio on a much more supportive AD carry, the Ashe, which is going to run into that Varus for Titan. A bit of a mixed bag. Titan's Varus is solid, but it's not as strong a carry as the likes of, say, that Jinx, say, that Ezreal that we have seen many, many times before.
AP jungler locked in here for Croc. This Diana is something that he is extremely comfortable on. A couple of mid laners now taken away from Grevthar. And the Yasuo locked in as a ban as well to mitigate that possible Yasuo Diana that we know that other teams love to run. But is going to be Ryze locked in with the R4 pick here for Yuri, so giving them a little bit of late game insurance, but opting for that early game into that top side for Rensga. Kind of par for the course here.
And a weird amount of global presence already on this Rensga squad, right? You look at Ashe, you look at Ryze, they're not necessarily champions that you associate with being global, but you do have Roam Up, you do have that long range stun coming from across the map potentially. So Rensga once again here, as we touched on their top side prior, we know that this is a lane where this is an area of the map where they love to exploit. Renekton in with any AP jungler is always that sort of dive presence that you're looking toward. And I'm interested for Rensga here because they picked support for their counter pick. They left mid lane open for the blind here, so Yuri locks in that Ryze on its own, but they need to sort of see what they want to go into. I believe it was an Alistair that we got locked in there for red. For now, Rensga, they've got support counter pick here, and if they go for this Braum, I guess that's what their R5 was for.
Okay, that's a bit of an interesting decision from both these teams to save their supports to the end. But I want to touch on this Ryze a little bit first once again for Yuri, because Yuri has not played Ryze all split long. And on top of that, Ryze doesn't fit that sort of stereotype, that ideal we had of Rensga. You touched on Roodood, the fact that you have an AP jungler, now you've got an AP mid as well. Not ideal. And Ryze doesn't give you that early game strength. We talked about, the fact that you've got bandits on the top side. Chiari, Croc, Yuri usually just start dominating, start invading. You can't do that with Ryze. You can't do that with Diana. Those are both scaling champions coming through from Rensga. So a huge change up in the way they want to play. And it's worrying when you look at Red, because Viego, Gwen, both of them skill up amazingly well. Akali added to the mix as well. A lot of strong agency coming through from Red in their lanes.
Yeah, and as well as that, right, they've got themselves this Varus, who we know is supposedly this massive lane bully. The Ashe being picked up down in the bot lane as well is certainly something that adds a little bit of, I'll say, presence to the Rensga side, actually on the other side of that, because Ashe is a lane bully as well, can be fairly oppressive, so it's nice to see them matching fire with fire. But to touch on what you were just talking about there, RMC, right, with the power of their bot lane and the power with their team in general, it's nice to see that whilst we've got strong scaling picks up on the top side in terms of that Gwen and Viego, they've got that Varus for a little bit of early game insurance as somewhere that, hey, if we want to play through bot lane and hey, we're red Canids, what else are we going to be doing here? Stylistically, this is what we expect from them. we're expecting some sort of bot lane presence. If we can see Gigo be a little bit safe on that top side, if he can mitigate and withstand the pressure of the Rensga top side, there should be an advantage mounted down on this bot side for the red squad.
Uncharacteristic draft for Rensga, for Rensga. And we talked, I mean, that AP heavy mid jungle, the Diana wasn't surprising. The Chiari on the Croc is going to get very confusing. Croc not on the Croc, but Chiari on the Croc. And Grevthar opting for an Akali that is a powerful pick, but that isn't exactly in the meta anymore. But Grevthar is no stranger to off meta picks, so some things very characteristic and some things very much not. Yeah, Titan, big lane bully here. And this is, again, something that you're sort of expecting here. We'll see how well Trigo can manage even. Yeah, and like, again, just to go off the uncharacteristic draft here from Rensga, even on that bot side. You usually see Damage on more of a roaming support. He has been on the Braum a couple of times, but Damage loves to get all over the place and enable it. Pre-6, don't expect to see anything from Croc. Diana is just going to farm up until then and then pull off something cheeky. And the fandoms coming out in staunch support of Red. Surprising to me a little bit, but well, maybe not. Maybe it shows you what I know.
Well, you know what? It's been the story the entire split. Rensga just can't seem to catch a break when it comes to the fan vote. But I want to go back to the roaming support you were mentioning here, 4x4, because sure, Braum isn't a roaming support, but Damage is. And I think it matters less the champion than the actual player. I do expect to see Damage try and leave this lane, but it's contingent on Trigo being able to actually survive the 1v1. And the early game, these early poke and trades will determine that. Already, they're going aggressive.
Already going in here, the Winter's Bite procced almost twice in as many minutes on JoJo. Yeah, Varus is that lane bully, but Ash, like you were saying, Roodood, very, very oppressive. And you're seeing that early on here for the bot lane from Rensga. On the top side, something else we're watching, Conqueror for Guigo, Ignite TP. That is kind of what Gwen loves to run. She doesn't have that oppressive level 1 that she used to, so this matchup a little more even than maybe it was in patches past.
Okay, yeah. And I mean, with this too, like Renekton's got a small window. In the first place, Renekton used to lose that level 1, but levels 2 through about 4, you've got the advantage on that. Gwen, Gigo running with the Ignite here is the other thing that's kind of suppressing this Crocodile. And we're seeing the pathing come up from Croc. We know that Diana wants to ideally hit 6 before first gank, but when you've got the gank assist, when you've got the damage and the CC from that Renekton already, it is still a possibility to look top here. Unfortunately, Croc has backed off, and Chiari, continuing to have the CS under turret, is actually starting to fall behind a little bit here.
Yeah, and something that we quite often see just in terms of trying to find advantages, right, is find a stacked wave, force a dive, particularly with Renekton as well. He has that empowered stun, has the slice and dice even more so to get himself out of danger as well, so that you can drop turret aggro incredibly quickly. But you can see that Gigo's not giving him that opportunity at all, manipulating the wave so that he's the one dictating the pace of the laning phase. He's the one shoving the minions under the turret. And in true Rensga fashion, ladies and gentlemen, it would appear the internet can't make it all the way up to the top of the mountain, and unfortunately we got ourselves a quick pause.
You can take Rensga out of Goyas, but you can't take the Goyas ping issues out of Rensga. Apparently, there's a lot, for goodness sakes, but unfortunately, we're not quite sure what happened there. It's still early days yet right now, and last we checked on the map, I think we are still going to see a fairly quiet early game. Both junglers right now, Aegis and Croc, just trying to power farm. Diego not exactly super strong on the early ganks, and when you look at the Akali, the Gwen, you don't have a ton of gank assist. Alistar's got CC, but he's not really considered an aggressive sort of support who's going to look to make those plays either. So at least for Red, this is their comfort zone. This is their wheelhouse. They're just looking to scale.
Yeah, he's got that headbutt pulverized, but like you said, not characteristically like a Leona or a Nautilus that is wanting to just go, go, go. But go, 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 we go back to the game. Croc taking a little bit of a vertical path here, seeing if he can't pull anything off, see if he gets spotted out by a ward or anything. Grevthar with that Akali, going to have a little bit of a weaker laning phase, but it's not like that's Yuri's strength or Rise of strength for Yuri anyway. Scuttle secured by the blue side on top and by Rensga on the bot side here. But other than that, yeah, I mean, you talked about the, how Guigo has been playing this lane so far. I mean, even opting for a Doran's Ring into Chiari, opting into that Doran's Shield, realizing, you know what, this might not be what I want, but instead going to go for a Doran's Blade on top of that as Guigo picks up the Amp Tome.
So doubling down a little bit then on that laning prowess that we expect from a Renekton. And as we pan down to this bot side and we continue to see here this sort of a continued aggression onto the red bot lane here, something that I wanted to touch on with this matchup. You know, I addressed that, hey, Ashe and Varus both fairly oppressive in their lanes. What that comes down to then is which support does more for them. And we saw it particularly at level 1. Alistair at level 1 is a walking health bar, unfortunately. And I'll always say this when I'm trying to play my own bot lane games where I'm like, why are we getting zoned by level 1 Alistair? Oh,
yeah, getting zoned tremendously. And Trigo might be in a little bit of trouble. Out of the mist comes Aegis. Can they lock down the kill beforehand? No, they can't, or they do rather, but trade one back. TP coming down as well from Guigo. Out goes the Hallowed Mist. And Yuri in some trouble, going to have to flash away. Early game rise isn't what you want. Red come out on top in that one. Good presence by Aegis. Couple good TPs as well.
Yeah, and it's the willingness to blow that TP early. Gigo showing up made all the difference. If it was equal in numbers, the fact that First Blood already went over meant Rensga probably comes out the winners. But the extra body, the extra kill, and for a moment there, it was looking like Rensga was gonna get control of the bot side. They had the scuttle. And yeah, sure, they're not the early Dragon team, but they had all the conditions for it. But there's a reason why Red have a much higher Dragon percentage, and that's because they like to control they throw everything in the kitchen sink to make sure Titan, their scaling win con, or at least one of their traditional scaling win cons, continues to be strong.
Yeah, and right, something that we've always talked about here with the red squad rather is their ability to play through their bot lane. And now Aegis in trouble.
In his own jungle, Croc gets a kill onto Aegis, but now Grefthar going in here. He is level 6.
Jojo
gets exhausted immediately. Big damage from Titan is enough. Grefthar leaps across Rensga and picks up one for Titan, making another for Jojo. It's all going sideways. They picked up an early kill and now trade another 2-for-1 back. Red might not be done here. They're going to pick up another kill onto Yuri, whether it's Jojo or Grefthar remains to be seen, but Guigo showing up as well.
Clear the
Grefthar
wave.
going to lock this one down. How about Red's early game here in game 1?
Wow. 700 gold is the difference right now here, and that makes up for pretty much the entirety of the kill differential right there. And that fight on that top side, just a random cow got let out of the field right there. Jojo just swings in behind. 3-man flank able to pulverize 2 of them, knocks them both up. We saw that Yuri, yes, he was able to kite it out, ultimately meets the same fate here. And we talked about the fact that damage whilst Broma may not be a roamer, he himself is. We got to see right there the difference between champions that can and can't roam. Damage throws up a nice shield, but we saw Jojo able to pull a 2-man knockup off, and I know which one I preferred in that instance.
For sure. And I also want to point out how Yuri died there, because Yuri bought so much time. Yes, they went down, but it allowed Trigo so much more control on this bot side. By the time, they finished the kill, damage was back up, Croc was back up, and look where Rensga are. We were just talking about the fact that they kind of lost dragon control. They shouldn't be able to do this, but because they bought time, because Grefthar took so long, didn't really get good back timings, Rensga gets to turn the tide, and this is how Croc and Yuri have been playing, constantly just testing your decision making, and once again, they win that check.
And good on them, and realizing that they have a level advantage as well. Trigo was 6. Everybody else was level 6, whereas Red, especially on that bot side, maybe not able to match with the firepower coming out from Titan, and a big kind of fight-changing ult in the Chains of Corruption not available should they try to contest that, and taking advantage of, like you were saying, RMC, that back timing. And that is something that any good team should be able to do that, right? Is, okay, we got beat on this front, but what can we do in response? Whether it's responding to back timings, making cross-map plays, etc. That's something I've lauded Red for, because it has been Rensga usually on the front foot, but the script has been flipped a little bit here in this like micro scenario. But it is a very small sample size that I'm not going to draw too many conclusions from and say, oh, well, the identities of the teams have completely changed, because they're really not all that different even from the start. But it is interesting to see here. Interesting to see also who gets on that first Herald. Control Ward drop down here by Red to boot.
Yeah, and if we know anything from CBLOL, it's that we could very well just see a 5v5 up at this Rift Herald. Something I want to point out quickly was that Trigo actually had the most gold in the game right there. Whilst he wasn't a part of that top lane skirmish, was able to get himself a plate down in the bot lane, also has a CS lead. He's also the first AD carry moving toward this Rift Herald right now. If you look at the minimap, Teuton prioritizing the plates down on that bot side, whilst you can see Trigo roaming in through this mid lane, Rensga should be able to secure this one just by nature of more members on the top side.
Yeah, the only AD carry. I mean, Titan's not even budging from the bot lane, and this is expected. This is how they normally play. Ooh, they're sending Chiari down to try and catch this wave. I like the idea here, but it's very responsive. Most of the wave is gone, and if they can find Gigo topside with an arrow, maybe it's worth it. If not, it feels like, yeah, Rensga, that teleport might have been a little over-ambitious, especially when Dragon's coming up in 3 minutes, and we're likely to see a lane swap back in maybe a couple more waves.
On the top side, though, we're getting action. Out goes the Herald Mist. You got Gwen and Viego teaming up. Lore-wise, maybe not a responsible decision, but for Red, it is working out just fine. Aegis going to mop up that one and embody a soul as well. More good play from Rensga here in the early game.
Yeah, there's a reason that you leave your Ashe down on the bot side. There's a reason Renekton can survive top lane, and now we may well see Grethfar in a bit of trouble.
Oh,
Yuri's low on mana, but he's got some help. Greftar's gonna take that one. Thank you very much. A killing spree for Greftar on the Akali. Got no items, but 3 kills here early.
Perfect execution, and now topside as well. They're trying to find something back, but Jojo now already level 6 has that unbreakable will. You're not going to be able to find anything here. And Red are responding so well to Rensga. They're not necessarily the ones making all these proactive plays. Topside, the gank comes through big because Rensga is the one who decides to lane swap. The mid lane as well. It was Yuri playing aggressive, trying to set Chiari up, and Greftar just outplays. And for Red right here, this is their perfect early mid game where they're finding leads. They're winning all these advantages here off of Rensga, who are paying the price for trying to make these plays happen.
And remember, right, we said it at the start of the day. We had the graphic that showed everything. Gold difference at 15 was in favor of Red, despite their despite Rensga's really strong early game priority, and despite of their heralds and what have you, the gold differential was always plus 1k for Red Canids at 15 minutes. Currently, they're superseding that. Currently, they're a bit further. They're ahead of their curve right now, and they've still got 4 minutes to try and extend that lead even further. And Yuri, in this mid lane matchup now, up against an Akali with 3 kills, a proto belt, a rocket belt here to keep that snowball going, is going to feel incredibly daunting, because if she lands one single skill shot on you, be it that shuriken flip, she can go all in. And if you don't have safety, if you don't have your flash or a stopwatch or something of the like, you will just die.
And you'd like to think that because of those mythics and this little window here, that, you know, even if Rensga were to amass enough gold to hit their first item spikes, that they would be able to, before that back, secure this second dragon with nothing else up here. But Rensga trying to force the issue and create a numbers disadvantage. Wigo's TP is up, so they're saying, no, you're going to die before you can join this fight, or at least that's what they want. Chiari able to get out of there. They traded aggro. Nice. They're in a little bit of trouble. The Realm Warp doesn't really land, but Croc in some trouble. Now everyone is scattered for Rensga. The stopwatch is going to buy him some time. How about Griftar with another kill, goes soaring across the map. Aegis going to pick up another one, embodies the soul of Croc, and it is all Red here on the blue side early. They are dominating game 1.
Yeah, and albeit that Yuri misses out on his Realm Warp, it makes absolutely no difference. Rensga, they find one, they lose 3 here. The dive up on the top side. It starts off, as we imagined, stacked wave into a dive, but it goes terribly afterwards.
Yeah, and note that Rensga had full vision of Red collapsing in. There was wards which spotted Grafthur's teleport, spotted Aegis coming up as well, spotted Jojo walking up. So they knew they were on a timer, and they chose to pull the trigger. You have to remember, Gwen's Hallowed Mist does make it difficult. You have to full commit, and you have to eat at least 3 turret shots going after that Gwen there. So great, you killed Gigo, but he's fine. He's still going to scale. And it's a 1 for 3. Multiple times we've seen this trade right now. And Rensga at this point, you just have to acknowledge that you've lost the early game.
I like that you brought that up. Actually, hold that thought. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes down onto Jojo. He gets out of there with the Unbreakable Will, but will it be enough? No. A bunch of arrows going into the back of the cow. How about some kebab for your troubles? Titan in some trouble here, but gets arrow back onto Crockfight. Still not done in the mid lane, though. It's
Viego.
another kill for Aegis, getting those resets. It's Viego season, boys. Double kill for Grevthar.
And they're going to be able to take the dragon off this as well. They may not be done. Croc almost certainly going to fall after the fact here. Triple kill goes to Grevthar. Ladies and gentlemen, Red are steamrolling this early game right now. They've got themselves a 3k gold lead. Yes, they sacrificed 2 of those early objectives, but they got themselves so much in exchange here. Jojo, just playing bait.
Yeah, I mean, he's Alistar, and he's got Unbreakable Will. You can see they waited the arrow out, immediately burnt it. Sure, Jojo goes down, but so much time was bought, and Titan, Aegis are here. Aegis already fed on this Viego, and sure, we're on patch 11.15, but the nerfs to Viego damage already came through. Doesn't matter. It's not about the Q damage. It's about the ultimate, the execute, the resets, and they're getting low. This double assassin combination is popping off, and look at how excited they are there. I mean, they knew they were getting those resets, and for Rensga, they've got to be thinking, maybe we don't let Viego through next round.
Maybe. Yeah. Honestly, I'm surprised that ban didn't come through because that was a mainstay there as another kill goes up on the top side. Another dragon is secured. You said it, RMC. You got to acknowledge maybe that, okay, you know what? This early game hasn't gone great. And to me, it was over when, and I respect here, actually, I'm going to hold off on this point here. Grevthar just deciding to 1v3. He's got so much vamp on that. Akali, how about you? Are you kidding me? Stop it. Stop it, Grevthar. You play no regular season games, but it doesn't matter. The playoffs are your home, and you are sitting pretty with your feet up on the table. This is your mid lane.
I don't even blame him either. He had coming into that 7-8 kills right at the start of that. They split 2 for 1 in that exchange. Why would you not go for that? Akali is Akali at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is 2 assassins. Diving onto an Ashe who has got a single item. Diving onto a Braum who he provides a stun, right? And that's about it here. Both of these 2 assassins have got themselves Mercury Tread, so it's even weaker for the Braum to be there in that fight. And Akali does so much AoE damage when they're all clumped up like that there is absolutely no reason for Grevthar not to feel himself. And in the first game of this series, he's coming out of the gates absolutely swinging.
And almost all the kills on Red are on Aegis, are on Grevthar, are on this mid-jungle duo. And so for Rensga here, you need to stop trying to force your plays in the mid lane. Look to the bot lane, look to the top lane. Sure, Gigo's hard to kill, but you can still do it. Maybe just don't dive the turret. Bot lane, Titan has barely been touched after that early game kerfuffle. They've never looked bot once again. And for Rensga here, the worry, the fear is that if you sit back and let the game keep happening, Grevthar's going to start diving.
Yeah, Grevthar, he's not going to sit you. Oh my gosh. Just diving, dipping, diving and dodging everything. Grevthar under the shroud. Croc has shown up. KZ enough damage. Able to buy a little bit of time, but it will not be enough. So a numbers advantage does matter. But on the top side, like you said, they pick up that second Herald kind of under everyone's noses, including ours. And they're going to get 2 towers out of this.
Yeah, and they're able to trade up on the play, even though 1,000 gold went to Croc off the back of that kill. It doesn't matter because there is so much gold going over to Red on the other side of the map by nature of finding those turrets that they're in a really good spot regardless.
Here he goes in with the Realm Warp, and the Needlework going to miss.
He goes back in.
Actually locks down Guigo, and that is a much-needed kill and a turret taken on the bot side by Kiari.
But look how close that was. Half health for both Croc and Yuri there 4x4. Sure, you got the kill, but you're having to invest so many resources. And we had just said, look to the top, look to the bot. Don't look for Grevthar. Don't look, for Aegis here. But if it's taking you that much effort to even kill Gigo, odds are not good. We've not seen Red really bring their full team to bear. I mean, we've seen the assassins pop off. They can now dive you under the turret, but imagine bringing the Varus to the table as well. We've not seen the lethality poke really start to come through in a siege situation, though. What answers do Rensga have? Their wave clear isn't safe. Yuri has to step up to do that. Trigo's volley can't effectively clear either. And if you were ever to engage onto this team, if Jojo is there, your engage to stop dead in its tracks. So Rensga right now have to get creative. Start getting vision down. Start looking for death bushes. Because if you fight even numbers, even under a turret, I don't think the odds are in their favor.
Yeah, turrets at this stage in the game simply don't matter to Red right now because they've got infinite regen coming from the Viego passive. They've got Gwen who just if she's taking damage from the turret, she's not taking damage from everybody else due to that Harrowed Mist. You've got Akali who's got 10 kills, so that no more introduction is needed. And at this stage in the game, right, Red have got everything that they could need. These even numbered fights that RFC's talking about, he's quite right that they're not going to go well for Rensga. And when you're this far down, they can feel easily demoralized. And it looks like Yuri's just going to be in even more trouble himself right here. Yes, Damage and Crocker here, but we've seen these two take a 2v3 before. I wouldn't be surprised to see them try it again.
Now, Jojo walked over the Scuttle Crab. And Damage, knowing that, maybe not opting to pull the trigger. They know that the number disadvantage is not, in fact, there. Will be a Cloud Soul on the table. 1-1 on Dragons so far. And the Herald has the second Herald went over anyway to Red, able to do some good things with that. But right now, I mean, you would like to see, though, with this immense lead that they've got pre-20 minutes, it's at 4K, which is respectable. Maybe not as much as you would think, given the kill disparity. And that's maybe the one thing that is kind of worrying. If not for the insane scaling of Red's comp, that is the one thing that does worry me a little bit, is that you haven't really broken open the map to the degree that you might hope with the insane advantages that you have.
Definitely. And dragon stacking isn't really an option for them to close this one out either. They're almost at 20 minutes and third dragon is only going to just spawn here. So even if you're stacking that up, you still need 3 more. That's roughly about 30 minutes. So what Rid actually need to do to pick up the pace of the game right now is to take these turrets like we're seeing with the split push. Both Gigo and Grefthar cannot be 1v1'd. And with the additional teleport, you can always bring allies over. The other advantage of the split push is you want to pull them apart and take Baron. If Red take Baron, they get a free push in, and we already talked about the siege strength with this Varus here.
Yeah, and as well as that, right, they're looking right now to accelerate the pace of the game. Getting that Baron is method number 1, first of all, but they're sort of being stymied a little bit by this mid lane tier 1 turret. They would love to have the flexibility to move in and out of Rensga's jungle at will, and it's actually Rensga who bite first and get the mid lane tier 1 turret before Red are able to do so. So now they're slightly more opened up. I don't think that stepping into the jungle is going to be exactly what Rensga are looking toward, but at the same time here, they have that option of just, hey, if we find a pick, if we find a pocket where we can slightly sneak our way forwards, we can find a bit of aggressive vision. We can make sure that we're at least aware of where people are on the map, more so than anything else.
Yeah, and I don't know if they have the damage to lock down that Baron should Rensga try to go for it, despite that mid lane prio, right? The top lane is, can be shoved all the way in. We haven't seen a ton of fighting in the last couple minutes. Guigo does have that TP to join the party whenever. But I mean, yeah, with the increased vision that in theory, with opening up the map like that, they are able to get. It's a little tougher on that top side because the counter advantage is established by Red as far as vision is concerned. But you talked about maybe getting creative, starting a death brush, etc. No better place to start a death brush than in the other team's jungle. And that's still the kind of creativity you want to look for, because in a straight up 5v5 around Baron, you still favor Red.
Yeah, and I mean, they might not have the damage for Rensga to take down Baron, but they've got the damage in Braum in order to get the CC to find kills at least onto Red. So if they can establish the threat of trying to take Baron here, it might at least force Red to try and face check some bushes. We are seeing them trying to reestablish that vision line, but despite the fact that Red have lost their mid lane turret first, they are still strong enough that Rensga can't really comfortably step into that river to actually get the wards into the river proper here. Instead, they're just trying to find and secure an approach to that river on the top side.
And at this point in the game as well, we've got to this position where if we look across the items, Rensga aren't inherently weak anymore. They've completed their mythics. They're very close to second items being finished. Trigo almost has Wit's End. We've got Kiari almost completing that Styrax Gauge. And once those items come online, that's when Rensga stand a fighting chance, at the very least, at trying to battle it out efficiently. Obviously, we look across the side of Red and we can see there are distinct advantages across the board, right? Varus has his second item. Akali has her third right now. Grefthar on an absolute tear, as you would expect with 10 kills. He's got a quite inflated, sizable income right now. And Gwen up on that top side, Gigo working toward that Zhonya's hourglass, is going to make her even more obnoxious to start trying to kill right now. If we look into these team fights, Rensga may think that they can focus down the Akali, may think they can focus down the Gwen or Viego or whoever, But on the one side, right, they're going to have double Zonyas coming through. They're going to have resets on the Viego. There's Unbreakable Will on Alistair as well. Their only real access is Titan, and that as well is going to be incredibly difficult because he's got Flash Cleanse, and he's got that Chain of Corruption to buy safety.
Yeah, and so you mentioned the Zonias for Grefthar here, Roodood, but Zonias is completed for Croc. And Rensga are in a actually solid position item-wise to try and make something happen here with their abilities. We've not seen the Moonfall catch, 3-4 members just yet. And there is a small window here, especially before that Mirror Mana is completed for Titan. So, Rensga, your clock is ticking.
Well, Guigo has made the clock strike midnight here, going in here, over the wall flash, headbutt, Jojo's gonna pick up a kill. There's the other one from Guigo, had to burn the needlework, but that is A-okay. Yuri joining the fight with the TP, just a little too late. No wave to crash into mid-tier 1 just yet, and with a slight numbers advantage, with the jungler down, there go Red to start up that Baron. Grefthar has TP, but he's gonna take the scenic route. Maybe he runs into Yuri and just wipes him out. Wouldn't be surprised, he's got that advantage. The Shuriken, that 5 Shuriken strike lands, the flip going in as well. It's just a matter of time. Yuri has to flash away, and all the while, his team was mopping up Baron, just by the way.
Now, don't get me wrong. The fact that Yuri gets away from that one is actually pretty slick. He actually sidesteps the final Q from Grefthar that would have taken him down with the passive auto attack. Still has to burn flash, and he still loses the Baron here. So, by and large, right, it's not good for Rensga. These are the small shining points here that Yuri is still allowed on the map to farm up a wave or two. But Red Canids are coming out, and they are dominating Rensga right here. They get a quick 2-piece in the enemy's jungle, and with the lead that they've got themselves, they don't need mid-tier 1 to be down for them to turn that into a Baron.
They are with that Baron that they just picked up, Root. They just push in, and they already were getting advantages with split pushing. They can continue to do that, and now with the Baron buff as well, Rensga are at risk of just getting their mid turret run over by 3 members. If you engage, you lose everything else. And should they lose that bot lane inner turret as well, mid lane becomes indefensible at that point. You're not safe. You can get turret though. We already saw half a turret dive to really kick off that entire Baron play here. So Trigo damage. You're playing a little bit with fire right now, and I think Red is just waiting for Gigo to either push further up or come to the mid lane. Same thing with Grefthar here. They're just waiting for the waves to be in a position for them to set up for this big Baron push.
Yeah, right now that is their exact goal. They've got the Baron in their back pockets. There's 3 turrets outside of the Rensga base. If they can break down all 3 of those, that is going to extend that gold swing even further into their back pockets. And you can see Jojo here. He's walking down, spotted an ward.
They try to break down that mid tier 2, excuse me. This is sort of what we were talking about, that Red have the advantage of being able to, especially with this Baron buff. It's accentuated. It's Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Oh, just not even sidestepped, I don't think. That was just pure chance. Titan went one way. A just went forward to try to do something and just, oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that was behind me. I felt the breeze on that, but that's just about it. Now you would like to see, yeah, look, you've got the mid-tier 1 down. You've got the mid-tier 2 next on the docket here. With TP on both your side laners and Guigo's up right now, this is where you've got to start breaking the game open. Your split push is deadly. It is absolutely lethal. And they've taken something out of it, which was, again, something I was worried about for Red, but the excuses run out when you've got Baron. Now in goes Grefthar. There's that Moonfall that catches too, but it does not matter in the slightest. Crocbite is seems top of the stopwatch. Emotes go up. Trigo and damage go. All right, we're cut. No, we're not. No, we're not. Abort. It's still 3v2. Grefthar is low, but it doesn't matter. Jojo.
Look at Jojo.
Health bar at level 11 as well. Dude, Guigo up on the top side doing his thing. This is where the war of attrition begins.
I don't know if there's much attrition left here. Rensga don't have much in the tank. And Gigo, they're sending 3 members. I think Gigo might be able to find someone. And even if he doesn't, there we go.
How about 2? Trigo was the only one that was able to kite far enough. Grefthar mops it up. But Gui got on this Gwen. How about Gwen Prio for CBLOL coming up big? Red should be able to end it here. A dominant Game 1 performance.
I was thinking, 1v3, you get 1 kill, you're good. Gigo exceeds expectations here. And I was going to say, even if you take down Gigo, the rest of his team is pushing into your base. They're going to end it one way or another. And Red get their revenge. The regular season scoreboard, we saw the stat. It was heavily Rensga favored, 26-7 to kick off the grand finals.
An absolutely dominant performance. Yeah, there's not a lot of screen time. We said it for Rensga, an average of 30 minutes in the playoffs per game. But it's usually in the wins because Rensga, they went, 6-2 coming into today. But Red, this is, in stunned are Rensga right now. It is a tale of two reactions in both of these booths atop the hill here in Rio. Red, absolutely awesome. And I want to go to Roodood real quick. The draft from Rensga was the first thing that we pointed out that was like, this is a little uncharacteristic, but still, you had Kiari, and with Grevthar on the Akali early, that shouldn't have been able to do much, right? Gwen not as powerful maybe as she was, like you said, levels 2 through 4. It's still an advantage to Kiari, but Guigo was able to body his lane, honestly. And the only advantage that Rensga really had was on that bot side, and it all went just completely sideways in the early game for Rensga.
Yeah, I think that's something that, and this is going to be the highest depth of color analysis that I can provide you, is that Red's champions were simply better on the top side. They had Gwen, Viego, and Akali, and that's all they needed to be able to take the game. Yes, we know that Red, and we saw this as well, that Red are able to play quite nicely through that bot side, and we got to see a nice clip hit of that, where there was that nice dive, or not dive, but sort of TPs coming through down onto the bot side, pre-level 6, and it was actually Kiari up on that top side that didn't come down, because Gigo had push, shoved the Renekton under the turret, didn't want to miss all of those minions, but that was the start, that was the 2 first kills that went over to the Red squad, and that started the snowball here, began that, like, what eventually became an avalanche, really, through getting themselves all of those advantages, and it started down there from the beginning, just because Red, as we know, are that slightly better bot side focused team.
The more things change, the more they stay the same here, 4x4. You asked in the draft about how I felt about that Gwen Viego combination coming out from Red, and I told you I have bad memories from the beginning of the split. Well, it's still really, really strong, and you simply cannot just give that up like that here. Or if you do, you must be able to punish. Now, for Rensga, they've been in this situation before. We think back 2 weeks ago to the semifinals. Rensga lost game 1 against Pain in a similar fashion, where they picked an uncharacteristic draft with a bit more scaling involved in their composition. So I think they can just go back to what they're good at here. They should be fine. You can see that the bans that came out from Red don't really mess up the early game plan. Yes, the Nidalee is off the board, but there are other options here for Croc, and the Irelia is off, but hey, the illusion was taken away. They're really trying to set Yuri back onto champions which aren't as strong in the early game, but there's still things like the Zoe, like the Jace that did get banned in the second phase that Yuri has shown a lot of proficiency on, which can still dominate the lane.
Yeah, that was what stuck out to me in the bans was, okay, look, they know what Yuri is trying to do. They like AD mid, AP jungle, right? Crocs Diana, as characteristic as it comes, but Yuri on, whether it's the Lucian or the Irelia, again, kind of as characteristic as it comes. And you pinched Yuri's champion pool like that, and you threw him onto a Rise that he wasn't too stoked to be on, because they didn't give him first rotation pick, like you said, and they took out the Jace as well. That was another thing that, dropping the Jace mid, that's not something that's out of his wheelhouse either. So that's one thing I want to see. Yeah, I think for Rensga, for me, if I'm looking at going back to the drawing board, what do I draw up? Ban Viego or Gwen, right? Or drop something to punish, like you were saying. It's fine if you let it through, but you need an answer, or get take it off the table entirely. And I'm looking at Yuri. Whether it's, give him a champion that he likes, pick for him early, because he has been oppressive when he gets the champions he likes. But this is not a good look for Yuri's champion pool right now. And again, give credit where credit is due. Like you were saying, Roodood, Red's champs were simply better up top. But Yuri did not cover himself in glory early on, because it's not like either mid laner was playing a super oppressive early game laning champion. Right. So it's not like, Rise just kind of got bodied by whatever, Lucian, or, he couldn't match roams or any of that. It really wasn't that. It was just Grevthar having an absolute day. And how about the rookie? How about Grevthar? What a freaking game by him. So what are you going to throw the ban on? Is it Gwen? Is it Akali? Is it Viego? Is it none? Is it all of them?
Why not all 3?
Yeah, why not all 3? And then, just leave something else open. Anything from you all before we take it to a break and get ready for game 2?
I'm gonna say that if we expect a 5-game series here, Ren's gonna have to change something, and I think you touched on it perfectly. That it comes down to playing Rensga's game as opposed to trying to match what Red are trying to do.
Yeah, and for me, I think what I'm looking at is side selection a little bit here, because I think generally speaking, Red side is considered stronger right now because you get counter picks. But with the way Rensga play, I don't think the counter pick is quite as important, or you can just save it for one of your lanes. So if they are blue side, or I would like to see them select blue side and go with that priority Gwen for themselves, because Gigo isn't the only one who plays Gwen in this league. Kiari is also a huge Gwen player himself here. And you know what? If you can just pick that Gwen away, that solves half your problem. And the other half is just, how do we deal with Akali? Maybe you pick it for yourselves. Instead, Yuri has a huge champion who has played that Akali before in the regular season as well. Or maybe at least then you're more aware that it's an option and you can find answers to it elsewhere if your mid laner can't quite handle it.
See what Rensga does to address it in game one. But like you said, RMC, they've been here before. But that being said, still wasn't a great look early on. Red just 2 games away from Worlds. Rensga, they've got to figure something out. They've got to switch to flip. We'll see if they do so when we come back.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you're chasing. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push to heaven. They will remember you. Get it on,
Welcome back, everybody. 4x4 Roodood and RMC here with you for the CBLOL Finals. One best of 5 to determine who goes to Worlds and who goes home. How many times will I say that? Hopefully fewer times than 3, which is the amount of games that one of these teams will need to win to move on. Red choosing blue side yet again, or rather Rensga as the losers of game 1, opting for red side again. Is this, to keep a consistent theme here, a red flag for you, especially as the Gwen comes through B1, at least they took Viego.
Okay, so they make some adaptations, and before we get fully on into this draft, I want to remind everybody and put everybody's nerves at ease here. 4x4 can no longer drug me and make me prophesize about the NA Worlds outcomes, since it won't be a Rensga 3-0. Red, they did take game number 1, so I'm safe. No need to call in the services to protect me. Thank you. I know you're all concerned, but back on with the game now, because Rensga, they've made some adaptations, and for the most part, they look good.
I don't know if I want to call it good yet, Rude. I am
They
scared.
look better.
True, they do look better. I mean, they went with the salty run back for their picks and bans. They went for red side, so they gave up Gwen. Sure, the Viego was a huge issue as well. In fact, Viego looked like the bigger issue, but a lot of that was coming off Viego winning that top lane, and they haven't dealt with the potential Akali that might yet come through. And for Red, losing Viego isn't a big deal. Xinjia would work just as well here. You don't need double assassin to get that Akali off the ground, but hold up, a change has come through. We said that Yuri hadn't played that Rise throughout the regular split, but Greftar hasn't played the Rise at all through the playoffs. There was no regular split for him either, and he's going with the Rise. So a big switch up, and it's Red making changes.
It's Red making changes, and it's Kiari as well on the Kennen now. Something we have seen across regions, not a wild pick by any stretch of the imagination. But Xin Zhao, obviously extremely strong, still here in 11-15, as priority as they come. He didn't slip through the bans. Rensga got their hands on the Viego. So you got AD, AP in both your solo lanes, in relation to your jungle, I guess, for Aegis, still on another strong pick here.
Yeah, and I think that for me, the sort of question now becomes, where do we see Rensga take their mid lane to? Because they've actually got themselves a very good start out here to this draft. They're going to have counter pick in both mid lane and in support, so they should have themselves some fairly favourable matchups, which leads into their style of being able to dominate through the early game. If they put themselves in some good lanes through that mid and that bot lane, should be in a fairly decent position. I expect another R5 counter pick for that support, be it the Braum that comes through once again. Ash Braum, another very devastating lane. I have to see what Red try and pick up for themselves, of course, but it should be a good time for Rensga this time around.
And they need to save that support pick in to a certain degree, because you have that Ashe here, and the problem with Ashe is that her laning phase is strong if she's not getting punished, if she's not getting engaged on here. So you do need some sort of protection, and hence Red are removing Braum off the table. I mean, you can still go with the likes of a Thresh to back up that Ashe as well, get her out to safety. Now, the mid lane pickup, the fact that Croc is not going to be on an AP jungler, not on a Nidalee or a Diana here, does warp the draft quite a bit here, because it does mean that we're not going to likely see physical damage dealers in the top and mid lane. We already saw the Kennen come through the top lane, and now for Yuri LeBlanc, that is a champion that he can make full use of his mechanical skills on here. My only concern is you just pick that into a Rise, and if we're talking about LeBlanc counters, Lissandra is number 1, and maybe Azir and Rise are sort of that number 2 pickup coming through. So it is a bit of a rough lane that Yuri is opting into, and it does feel like they are banking very heavily on being able to get Yuri some kills, either in skirmishes out of lane or later on in the chaos of the fights or the darkness of the fog of war.
I think this is going pretty well, all told, for Rensga, though. You know, you talked about the fact that LeBlanc, it's not necessarily the best matchup into the Rise here, but you touched on the Thresh as well, which for damage has been a champion that we've seen him pick up a fair few times, and it's certainly a good matchup, A, into the Leona, B, to pair up with this Ashe. I think that it fits very nicely with their style. They also have the option of going for something a little bit more adverse, and it turns out that is exactly what they're going to do right here. They lock in the Trundle at support, picked as this counter to the Leona here, so that when the Leona Leona jumps on in, pops her W, pops her Aftershock, you steal all of those resistances. Those then fall off. It's sort of a Sejuani effect where if you get that ultimate off when those resistances are up, Leona then loses them. There's a possibility that Jojo comes down to be a little bit negative in his resistance as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's great into the Xin Zhao as well. I just want to point out that Subjugate works just as well, and suddenly you've got a squishy front line for it.
And with that, of course, right, this Trundle pick, the value, it definitely makes sense. May not be providing the same level of safety to Trigo, but it's providing a certain level of dangerment to Greathfar, to Titan, to carries on the Rise and the Varus respectively, that don't have the safety, that don't have the maneuverability of a dash, of anything like the sorts, that are going to be relying fairly exclusively on Flash, or they're going to be caught by that pillar.
Yeah, the Trundle support pick, that's getting targeted by Riot later down the line, but we're still in 11-15, boys and girls. So Trundle just, as potent as ever. Like you said, Leona, and especially, Leona nerfs to her W haven't come through just yet on the pro stage. So that W is still going to give all those crazy resistances, plus the Aftershock. If that gets yoinked in a team fight, frontline goes good night. I appreciate you point that out. And this feels like a little bit more of a Rensga draft. You got a little more agency here. I do want to see what Croc is able to do on the Viego. I think that's going to say a lot. I'm interested in this top lane matchup. Both lanes are starting with a Doran's Blade for a nice little sustain, able to get more value out of your autos. And the Airy, excuse me, thank you, Brain, for Kennen up top for Kiari. And with this Trundle support pick, this does seem a little more, offensive, right? We're saying, Brahm's off the table, so maybe you take Thresh, maybe you take something like that. And yeah, you could throw up a defensive pillar and be a meatball up front, but that really comes up level 6. I'm interested to see how this one goes here.
And I think as well, touching back in on this top lane here, that Gigo going for the Doran's Blade tells us a lot about how he's going to be looking to play this lane, or at least the early game here for Red, because Blade here is a very aggressive opener. You're up against a Kennen ranged versus melee matchup. I would have much more expected something along the lines of a Doran's Shield here, just to try and weather away some of that poke. But it looks like he's just going to be looking for a lot of aggression, looking to close that gap on that Kennen in the early stages, if at all possible, and putting himself in a good spot to try and find chunks of damage, as opposed to just being a little bit more safe.
A little bit of trading mid here, but I think both of them should be fine. Now, going back to the top lane for Gigo, not only Duran's Blade, Roodood, but Ghost coming in for this Gwen. We're used to seeing either Flash Teleport or Ignite Teleport on Gwen. But I really like this Ghost pickup into the Kennen, because one of the biggest issues for melee into range isn't that melees can't outtrade the range, it's that they can't even get into range to actually fight that range champion here. Ghost will help to nullify that a little bit, and it gives you the ability to run out if the fight turns poorly for you, if that Slicing Maelstrom comes down. So you pair that with the Duran's Blade, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Aegis spend an early gank into the top side just to secure that stranglehold up there.
Yeah, you've got that chase potential and Kiari on the Kennen. I mean, with the Slicing Maelstrom, it gets pretty nasty. And, if you do decide to get yourself in range, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. But before then, yeah, I mean, still got Conqueror, right? Still got the Blade, like you said. It's aggressive. We'll see, where Aegis decides to path. He is going bottom to top. So maybe at level 3, you do slam that down. Meanwhile, it is top to bottom for Croc early on as far as the pathing is concerned.
Yeah, Gigo is just already pumping out good damage on that top side. Yuri in the mid lane, finding these aggressive looks, these nice trades with the Rise. Important to look and note here that he had an extra corrupting pot stack and has a biscuit. Greathfar is also out of mana, so the trading power of this LeBlanc still slightly more beneficial, and you can see that forced in the nature that Greathfar has taken his recall here. Most likely going to be forced to TP back to the mid lane because he's going to get himself the tier. He's out of mana, of course, and now he doesn't want to miss out on this massive wave. If you can force this under the turret, make Yuri farm that up at a lower HP threshold, then Yuri goes back to base, finds his TP as well. Going to be a slight momentum advantage for Greathfar, but you imagine that the base and the recall, the combat efficiency is going to be slightly better for Yuri.
And it depends too if Yuri and Croc want to maybe just throw an early gank into the mid lane, punish Greathfar, blow all your mana and health as well, and then come back with a bit of an advantage. They opt not to do that, but Croc is able to secure that bot side scuttle. And one thing that they have to keep note of for the side of Red in their bot lane is that, yes, Leona is aggressive. Yes, Varus gets very good poke. But if ever a gank comes down there and you're not already backing off, before the gank comes through, neither Varus nor Leona are very good at getting away. And that Trundle Pillar combined with the eternal slows from that Ashe is a very, very good setup for jungle ganks to come through.
Yeah, thankfully Titan has cleanse, but that is kind of about it, right? Jojo, it would be the sacrificial lamb most likely, right? If Titan were to get jumped on, you just kind of EQ stun and just hold out and say, look, they're holding the door. But yeah, with the pillar, with all those slows from Trigo as well, a little bit of extra shielding from Guardian should anything try to be traded back. But yeah, I mean, at level 6 is where these ganks become extremely powerful, right? Especially in that bot lane for both these junglers. Scuttle's secured kind of as expected, right? Bottom to top for Aegis, top to bottom for Croc. And that is something that, look, the bot lane will be able to hopefully get aggression, prio, especially now for Trigo and damage. But champions wise, maybe not. But able to crash a wave in here. Going to get the first item back here for Titan. Let's see what Jojo, or rather Jojo backing, excuse me. And now Titan going to take his recall. Some attention here in the mid lane. Yuri over the wall. Not a lot of mana. He's got just enough for the chains flashes in to secure it. Root comes out in the return. Aegis stanking up the front line duties. Conqueror proc there for Croc. Did he pick the right clone? Yes, he did. And Croc able to get away for now. But if one more root lands, it might not be enough damage there to show his support. First blood again to Red.
Flashbacks to game 1 right away for I mean, the fact that it's Rensga trying to make the proactive play, falling short. And I wanted to bring up the point that, Aegis didn't gank top and Gigo, got a cheater recall, comes back with boots here. But the important thing is that that Aegis didn't gank top. And so he was down at the bot side, able to respond faster. And if we talk about a little bit about the scaling here, which we didn't touch on in draft, Red have strong scaling. The Rise, the Gwen, both of them scale really, really well. So getting that Rise, which is already a bit of a counter matchup to that LeBlanc, and early first blood, Yuri, it's going to be really tough for him now in the next couple, 5-10 minutes here.
And we see right there that actually Rensga kind of falling into the number 1 rule of jungle and sort of falling for that trap of blind face checking into the enemy's jungle. That we did see Yuri initially distort over the wall, which could have been just as lethal as what they ended up doing, which was Croc dashing forward into essentially fog of war, gets met by Xin Zhao. And Xin Zhao during these early stages going to be doing much more damage than that Viego, who we know likes to get those resets and utilize his enemy's kit more so than he's able to utilize his maybe when his cooldowns are off of, or on cooldown to that point. So looking toward that later stage of the game, we need to make sure that Rensga and potentially for next to gank attempts more so than anything else, that they can maybe tighten that one up and maybe predict where Aegis is going to be more so than anything else.
Yeah, and it's just the Croc MO, right? The constant aggression, and it didn't work out this time. They're learning, but topside.
Jojo flashing from the bush. It's a 3-man stun with the slicing maelstrom, but that's just for show. Jojo picks up kill number 2. The roaming Death Squad jungle support coming up top to pick up the kill.
And then Chiari, of course, getting caught on out. Doesn't have any vision there. You can't be standing that far forward. Again, these fundamentals from Rensga are seeming to let them down. Because he doesn't have a ward in that river brush, there are 2 people that can simply pop on out. Jojo spends no time just flashing forward, doesn't even need to land the Zenith Blade, doesn't want to give Chiari the opportunity to outplay it. Point, click, stun comes through, easily executed upon, and Red once again are starting out strong.
Really well played from Red. They did it partially without vision of where Rensga was. And if we think back, Rensga was actually setting up for a gank of their own in the mid lane. Croc and damage have been rotated up there, but Grevthar in the shorter lane is harder to gank, still has flash as well. Whereas Red, higher percentage play. You go for that long lane against a champion who doesn't have necessarily the best innate escape. Yes, you've got a speed up, but the speed up isn't that big. And now Damage and Trigo have been pinged out.
And there goes Trigo, or rather, there go Aegis and Grevthar into Trigo. The pillar not going to secure the kill. Trigo's to burn his flash, or Grevthar's got it too. The exhaust comes down as well, but it's just too little too late. Jojo gonna hex flash over the wall and try to give chase. Yuri low on mana. He wants to hightail it out of there. Maybe he can catch Grevthar with the chase to dissuade, but Jojo goes right in with the EQ. The root does land finally onto Grevthar. Here comes Croc and Chiari, but is it too little too late? And Rensga turned it around and collapse. Ooh, maybe not. Maybe it's Red that get the damage onto Croc to kill him, but it will not be enough. Chiari will escape as well. Croc barely getting out of that one. Red have prio for the Herald. Say thank you for the leash.
And so they go in, they take themselves a kill on the bot laner. It's a flash-piercing arrow from Chuton that's able to pick up the kill in the end, despite the fact that Grethar had already flashed over the wall, so maybe a little bit mismanaged on their communication there. But by and large, they are once again able to come away vastly ahead. Croc right there burns his ultimate, burns his flash in a situation that he really doesn't need to, thinks that he can find something that there is no chance that he's going to be able to get for himself. So making these fundamental mistakes here, Rensga seemingly falling back on bad habits. Unfortunately, it is costing them here.
Yeah, and the cost is my concern here coming through for Rensga, because you're not only losing the Herald, that's the obvious thing. You're losing lane pressure. Topside Gigo is getting an advantage. The kill onto Titan was necessary because he wasn't exactly finding lane leads either, and the mid lane, once again, I keep harping on it, but Ryze is becoming a monster that Yuri simply can't deal with. And when you've got all losing lanes, what do? Dragon? Sure, that's all well and good to pick up as a consolation prize, but this is Rensga, who are not known to necessarily play the Dragon super great to get that soul stacking, and we've also not really seen them able to deal with the pressure that Red have when Red can get the early heralds.
And we'll see where exactly they drop that. I think the goal was to break open that top lane and kind of go back to what they did in game one, break that open early, let Guigo go all over the map, right? And, get that long lane like you were mentioning. But I want to point out something else here, as no mythic items have come through here, but Merc Tread slammed early by Grethar and Jojo. Jojo got that first blood, so spending that gold into the Merc Treads early, you got three champions. You got rather two champions that do magic damage, and you've got a lot of slows. So, on the one hand, it's like, oh, Swifties, but like, this is a lot of CC that is going to be opted into with the level advantage going right in. That is beautiful. Leona play that incremental level advantage, level 6, 8. No, you're dead meat.
And damage level 5 to the level 7 and level 6 of the red bot lane. They spend no time recognizing this and saying, hey, we can find a kill angle right here. There's no subjugate. There's not even an exhaust for damage. Fails to flash on the chain of corruption, and that costs him his life right there. Just a small little kill on the bot side that is perfectly played and gets them an even bigger advantage through this bot lane.
I'm terrified, Rude. And the Merc Treads buys to me from Jojo and Grethar are actually scarier than trying to grow that advantage. It means they can't be killed. They're harder to take down. And now they're looking for Gigo, but we've seen this song and dance before.
This is literally the same thing, but Guigo opting not to go in under tower, but rather the TP coming in. Rensga say, wait, we've seen this movie before too. What are we doing here? Red collapsed, and it is a swift and brutal death coming through here. Grethar popped the TP and is going to pick himself up a kill, but they're not done just yet. Jojo, woohoo, taking a right here, lands the Zenith Blade. You're trying to get out of there, but now maybe they've got enough to turn. Realm Warping out is Grethar. Titan saying, no, why did you do this to me? Grethar, or Titan rather, doesn't even have his flash. He's got Glenn, but a fortunate shutdown coming in, and now Red decide to turn it back around. They say, okay, that was kind of scummy. We just left our ADC out to dry there. Jojo does have the Solar Flare back up, which is insane on a couple of levels, so maybe gets in range of that for damage. The root's not going to land. A wild and chaotic fight in the top river, but at the end of the day, Red do come out on top.
Yeah, and Red, they took a trip to the library. They asked the librarian, hey, have you got the book on Rensga? And they've given it to them hands free right now. Because everything they're looking for, it's just going so beautifully. Gigo Harrowed Mist means that he's able to keep himself alive. 3 people walk into a Leona. It's a story of ages old. She just lives as long as possible. They're even going to get this complete turret on the top side. Gigo may not even get gold for it, but he's in a lot of space to get away. The first turret goes down on that top side. The leash that came through from Rensga early on pays dividends. And yeah, that book, it's certainly proving to be profitable, that's for sure.
Yeah, at this point, I think you take it from the library and you just kind of keep it. You pay your fines, but you want this book because it's really, really important for you. And for Rensga too, you could see that when that TP started channeling, there was that moment where they went, oh crap, guys. It's happening again. We know we shouldn't have done this, right? And if anything, I'm just glad they even found Titan, because getting Titan was a freebie. Red misplayed that by leaving Titan behind. He's your AD carry, but they can afford to do that. Red at this point can kind of go, you know what? Last game, it was the Grethar. It was the Aegis show here. We don't need our insurance. Titan, you're bait. We're just going to dangle you, and if they engage on you, we will turn and kill. And for Rensga, there is an opportunity in that. if Red are going to play sloppy, you can find your kills, you can get back in. 4K deficit 13 and a half minutes is not a great place to be in, but they held last game for quite a while. It took Baron to really crack them here. So Rensga, you still have opportunities. You just need to play to them, use that Ash Arrow, chain it with the Slicing Maelstrom, and once Croc gets reset started, I don't care how much of a gold deficit you have, because Croc gets Red's items.
Imagine your top side playing so well that you dangle your ADC as bait.
I don't need to imagine. I don't need to imagine for I'm an ADC man. I get that every day, buddy. Don't worry. Don't you worry.
But that's how good it's been so far for Red. Like you said, Roodood, they've got the book. This has gone similarly on the top side to where, yeah, I mean, like, let's see how Aegis and Grefthar are able to do as far as what Snowball they're able to achieve. But so far, so good here for Red.
Yeah, and this is a Varus's dream right here. You know, as much as we meme on Titan for getting left behind, his top side is absolutely slamming. He gets to move into the mid lane, throw 2 Qs through the wave, and his job's done for the next 30 seconds, right? He can move around with the team if he wants to. He can throw a chain of corruption if the team call for it. Right now, Titan, and I'm, you know, this is pure hypotheses. I'm not taking anything away from Titan. He's turning his brain off. His team tell him where to go. Small AD carry brain says, okay, where do you want me next? Where do you want my chain? He's simply an ult bot, and now they're going to try and make a play in the mid lane.
Jojo going in. Grefthar over the wall. Burned his flash to try to lock down Croc there. Maybe a little greedy, but I respect it here. Ooh, now Trigo with a nice arrow. Can they turn? Yuri, good night, sweet prince. Rages on a rampage here. He gets exhausted, gets a bunch of arrows dumped into him, though.
Kiari
there, slicing Maelstrom. Kiari, do they have the damage to turn the fight? No, they do not, because Grefthar is just pumping at this point. That's a level 11 rise. This is where you got to start being scared, but not bad there, turning that fight by Rensga.
That's a win for Rensga. I know it's an even trade 3 for 3, but when you're down 4,000 gold and you can find that, that's great. I had questions when they initiated that, right? Trigo firing that arrow into a multitude of champions there. You can see they had vision. They knew everybody was piling in, and they tried to do that. I thought everything was done, but the Slicing Maelstrom, and this is why I was saying Enchanted Crystal Arrow, Slicing Maelstrom, that's the combo that can turn it still at this point in the game. Yes, Kiari goes down, but you managed to stun so many people up. Trigo able to free fire, able to come back. Now, the question is, how many more times can Rensga still manage to do that? This time, they did it, but they still lost Herald.
Yeah, now this stems back to what I was saying about Varus, right? About throwing his Qs through the wave. That's the large portion of Varus's damage with this build right here. He's not pumping out consistent DPS. That's Greftar's duty. Red, they are fine trading Varus for the Rise right now. If the Rise lives, that is an A-OK trade. As soon as that chain of corruption has gone down, the large portion of Varus's utility has already been used. He's in potentially a spot of bother here, but...
Kiari forward, the Everfrost goes out and the root lands as well. Croc taking a ton of damage with a nice reset. Is it enough? No, it will not be.
Bye.
And that's weird right there. The Rise killing the Rise. You get a reset, and from beyond the grave as
the Spider-Man meme.
Actually, it's just pointing. The soul you killed gets its revenge. Maybe there's a lore metaphor there, but for now, that's not what we're rolling with. A big shutdown, though. To be fair, though, he is down 40 CS right now. Boy, could he use it. Aegis opting for, a bit of a piecemeal build on the other side. It looks like he's rushing into that GA, though, for that second item.
Yeah, we'll have to see what that second item. I feel like GA this early is a little
Aegis?
Bit over.
Oh, what?
Okay.
Yeah.
Where did that Ash Arrow come from? What happened? Is Trigo dead? Where? I am so confused.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think they're just like safety.
I'd like SKT Rocks flashbacks. I'm like, is it gonna stop like some sort of No, there's no one there.
Well, that importantly though, that's one of their pick tools, right? Oh, Gigo.
Speaking of picks, not enough.
It's not, and that's important here once again, right? That we see Rensga throw out one of their pick tools, and then we get to see Gigo use what is a very big team fight tool actually be thrown out. Fortunately enough, it's at a timing where we expect that they will be back up before that dragon spawns. 1 minute 40 left on this objective means that those ultimates are likely going to be able to cycle back around, be in position to sort of be used really here as we go into this third dragon, of the game. This one is an Infernal Rift now, and that adds a little bit of pressure priority to these neutral objectives here because Infernal Soul, bigger win condition than a Cloud Soul.
And it's hard for Rensga to want to contest these souls right now. Their comp should be better at taking these neutral objectives, at fighting on the open ground. But it depends a lot right now on Kiari because they are behind. Yuri right now is fundamentally not even a champion. We saw what Gigo did in that side lane there. And sure, you can hop around all you want, but anytime you trade right now, Yuri's losing against Gigo, against Aegis, against Greftar. I wouldn't even put it past Titan to be able to handle Yuri in the lane. And that's an assassin versus an AD carry here. So Rensga, I want to see them get to that dragon first, get the vision set up to fight it. But who am I kidding? It's Rensga. And you know what? They're not a dragon fighting team. They're not setting it up. They're looking at Baron instead. And you definitely can't do Baron when you're behind like this.
No, dragon up in 30 seconds. And I agree with you. Yuri's going to land his chains here. Pops in, pops out. Murtred's in, but that's about it. Flashing over as well. Wind becomes lightning. Yuri trying to get himself on the other side. The blast cone had to flash for it. Off he goes. Meanwhile, the fight breaking out on the bottom side here. Mid-tier 1 goes down.
Here they
So
come.
does Shelly. Guigo gets exhausted. In with the Realm Warp goes the rest of the team. Croc goes down. Yuri looking for an angle on somebody here. Landed on the Greftar. Gets a little bit of a Luden's pop, but that's about it. 1 for 0, for Red. Now they're the ones maybe looking at the Baron.
Where was Kiari? Teleport was available. Slicing Maelstrom is available. No Kiari, no win for Rensga in these fights. And now Red are able to start up the Baron. It is still a little bit risky, but they've got a kill. And now the collapse from Rensga. This is their best chance.
No smite, remember.
Trigo doesn't have the enchanted crystal arrow. Over goes Kiari over the wall. Slicing Maelstrom is available. Is he going to go down? He will not just yet. The Baron is secured there by Aegis. Do they have the damage though? Rensga closing them into the pit. It doesn't matter from the back of the pit. The Baron is dead. Trigo has no mana. They turned it. 2 more kills for Titan. There's too much damage on this team. It was a great attempt by Kiari, but not enough. Jojo in some trouble here. He's going to let Aegis take over frontline duties. Scuttlecrab secured gives Guigo a little bit of a boost here as if he needed it. Yuri over the wall here. Just a matter of time here. Cue the circus music. Yeah, the Benny Hill, exactly. Thank you. As he chases on here. Actually, Yuri and Croc maybe looking to turn it on to Aegis here. Guigo pulls out the big scissors here. Croc flashes into a bush. I don't know about that one. You were dead meat, brother. I think he saved that flash. 2 more kills over to Red. We have reached Fiesta territory, but Red still out to a massive 10-kill, 8K gold lead.
And this replay here just shows how far ahead Red are. We talked about Slicing Maelstrom. Kiari has the ability to get in. He finds it onto pretty much 5 people here. Yeah. But Red, they stand firm, they hold their lines, and they're able to weather that Cannon Storm. Trigo on the Ash, 1 item AD carry. Unfortunately, not that late game dream that we all envy being, and goes down as consequence. Red are able to hold in the back of the pit. And yes, there's a LeBlanc here to come and dance around, but it's nothing that Red can't deal with. Yeah, the replay, we don't even need to see the replay. There we go. Let's just get on with it. Titan, you can see, hyped on up about the fact that he's getting away with these plays.
Guigo has no mana. Kiari had the Slicing Maelstrom up again. A lot of CDR coming through, trying to dash away. There's that Enchanted Crystal Arrow that comes out. They didn't have that last fight. Domination popped here by damage, rather. And able to get the kill. The Everfrost secured it, and Trigo mopped it up. Now Rensga maybe looking for something here. Kiari is so low, trying to get that stun down or something to help out, but the pillar and the arrows are enough. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Jojo's going to gobble himself up a Croc here. Viego goes down for Rensga, but they're making plays on the top side.
True, and you know what? It's kind of worth it if they don't get caught here. Aegis, though. Oh, Trigo. No, not like this.
There goes the cleanup crew. Aegis goes, or rather, Aegis did go down. Yeah,
it's all going wrong. It's all going wrong. And Red, they're finding themselves opening up the base here 22 minutes into the game. In game number 1, they went everywhere except mid lane to get their turrets and get their advantages on the map. This time around, they've been able to just smoke it down mid lane and decide that, hey, this is where we're finding our successes. They're even able to turn back the 2 kills on the top side as well, putting down so much gold right here. That turret falling means that's probably the 3rd hit in the Baron. Look at that power play. 15 seconds left, plus 5,000 on the map. Yes, there's another turret falling down on the bot side. I don't think Yuri even got local gold for that, actually. Maybe I'm trolling. Grathfar, though, going to mop up this wave and maybe even look for this LeBlanc right here. You can see something that I want to point out is that a LeBlanc with Mercury treads, that's pretty nasty. Okay, it's Benny Hill.
Chains do land the Everfrost as well. Yuri pops right into him. Which one is it? The blast code available. Guigo showing up. Distortion out. Here comes Kiari. If Yuri gets away with this, I consider that a win. Give them the game. Make it a 1-1 series, a best of 3 to go to Worlds, but that will not be it. Pillar down to help Kiari escape, but the inevitable did happen there.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we need to take tally at this point of what on earth Rensga have lost, because a lot happened after that Baron. They lost 2 mid lane turrets, 1 top lane. They're losing Kiari on the back end of things. What on earth?
Solo killed.
Yeah, Solar Flare down. Another double kill for Titan. The Everfrost not going to find its mark, but only because damage flashed away from it. 3 levels down to Grevthar as the support Trundle here. They broke up in the base with the Baron, but they're doing it the hard way to extend that advantage.
Well, what are we? Okay, it's frustrating to me as a color right now. We've had the entire playoffs, really good clean play coming out from Rid and Rensga. And then for the grand finals, we get a full-on fiesta in game 2 here. And I don't want to take anything away from the players. Rid has been playing this really well, but it's sloppy. The way Grevthar got caught up top, the way Gigo, or was it? Yeah, it was Gigo who got caught up top with Grevthar there. That shouldn't have happened. And Rensga, sure, you got the kill top, and then they sacked everything in the mid, in the bot. Yuri's mechanics continue to perform. I mean, sure, we're running the Benny Hill music, but it's because he's able to actually pull off these delays. He is still going down. And Rensga right now, this is not the way you come back into the game. You need to play it clean, methodical. Where's your vision? That's step 1. If you can't see, you can't fight. And besides that one blue trinket ward in that river, they've got nothing. They can't see Red unless they're fighting Red.
Well, you're gonna do of this one. Needlework goes down. Solar Flare, he found the right clone. He flashes away. There goes the grand challenge as well. Trigo gonna get damage dumped on him. Can Kiari come to the rescue? Mortal Shield Bow buys him some time. Can he get the stun landed? It will not be enough. Aegis has the kill here. Rensga maybe trying to turn it. Here comes
GA as well.
Kiari with the slicing maelstrom. Can he find anybody? He finds one, but the GA, like you said, Roodood able to be popped and give him second life. Titan enough damage there. He finally joins up the fight and get another fight win for Red.
So they get themselves 2 kills just for the 1 onto Red. Honestly, not the worst case scenario. Oh, Titan, you can't be trying to do that, my guy. Yuri's the one player who's been at least turning his monitor on for this game, and he's ready here to at least dash away from those, distort out to safety. But we've got a Baron spawning here in 5 seconds, and I was going to say, you know, RMC, you asked about the things that Rensga had lost from that Baron. Ultimately here, I think it's the game, right? They're 10,000 gold down. If this one goes in their favor as well, it's all but done until game number 3. This is, though, Rensga's final stand. If there's ever a place to throw, we know it's the Baron pit.
Will Kiari have the TP up in time? It's a final stand, maybe trying to get a pick here, but Guigo is just running damage down. Grevthar flashing in, he's got that Banshee's Veil, Chains of Corruption going out as well. Croc is dead meat. Damage able to get away, but only to see likely his Nexus fall. Finally, the Baron play coming through here to be that final log as they just battering ram the base down. Looks like a Red 2-0 angle here.
Yeah, I mean, we already said that the final fight should have been at Baron, but they weren't ready. So now this is the final fight that Rensga doesn't want, but they have to take here because their base is falling apart. Arrow doesn't land.
But neither does the Solar Flare, so the big ult not going to be available here. But if they can take down that tower, they've got nothing else to worry about. The Baron Up minion's going to do work there and allow him to fight without tower diving. Yuri in the backline, he can't find his mark. Titan is safe. A double kill for Aegis, 1 more for Jojo, 1 more for Guigo, and it's 2-0 for Red.
Just absolute dominance right now from Red. You can see the energy. Grevthar on screen, super, super happy. This is the rookie that came in for the playoffs, and he has delivered time and time again. He has Yuri's number, and you can tell that when Rensga don't have a mid-jungle duo to play through in the center of the map, they are falling apart. We said that the match to watch was Trigo versus Titan. Trigo's put on Ash duty. Please, free Trigo, guys. Hashtag free Trigo. We need to see this guy actually do something because Yuri has shown that unfortunately you can't trust him to be the main carry right now. Rid are prepared to hammer him to keep him down. Kiari's doing great, but you need another damage source. Hashtag free Trigo.
Free my man down in the bot lane because you're quite right, RMC. It is coming down to this mid-jungle duo, and as we've said, Red, they got the book and they have been reading, studying, and ready for this final. Every single instance that Rensga have gone for a play, Red have been ready. They've been there to respond. And for the Red Canids, one game away from World's representation, and you can see they're already just incredibly excited. They're enjoying themselves up there, and that is honestly one of the most scary things.
Yeah, it could not be more different on the two sides. What you saw, what the cameras gave us just now, right? You saw Titan and the boys popping off. Grevthar very confident, as he should be. Hats off, young man. You are playing out of your mind right now, being put on different picks and smurfing all of them. Honestly, 3-0 over Flamengo, 3-1 over Vorax against very good competition. That maybe they fell flat, but like you said, RMC, Payne Rensga, and I was on this train too. I fully believed it. I don't think it was a bad take at the time. Those were the two best teams in Brazil. And now Red is taking them to task.
Yeah, and part of it, I almost feel bad a little bit for Vorax now, because Vorax didn't look good. But maybe it wasn't Vorax underperforming. Maybe it was just Red are that good, because they're looking like it here against Rensga, who came all the way out, who have done a nigh miracle run as well. And we've got still at least one more game to go. Red need one more win to close it out. And at this point, I expect Rensga to sort of throw out the playbook, go with something wildly different, because their current strats aren't working. But if Red do win this 3-0, it's going to be interesting having Red as the world representatives. They've done it before. Back in 2017, Red did win and go to MSI, but no one on the current roster was there. Titan was not with them at the time. He was with Kaboom, did represent Brazil with Kaboom before, but Red, this will be their second time at Worlds with a very, very green team. 3 out of 5 rookies only joining CBLOL this year.
They're hungry, and they're certainly looking like it. I mean, the draft was cleaned up a little bit in game 2 by Rensga. It looked better. Maybe we see the Gwen ban come out, but I mean, even with Viego taken away, Xin Zhao is what they put Aegis on. He was all over the place. Maybe it's as simple as, is as free in Trigo, because there was, you saw like the one fight where they used their pick tools very well, right? Ash Arrow into Slicing Maelstrom, and the Pillar helping out, just kind of repositioning the members of Red. And so, but it's like, okay, that can work in theory, but you only saw that executed once. This doesn't feel like it's working.
And I think that for the Rensga squad, right, we touched on the fact that we want them to alleviate Trigo, put some more power in his hands, right? Ash Duty is, Ash Duty for a reason. You fire your Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and then until you've got 3 items, you really don't be dealing out that damage. And in these types of games, 3 items is not a luxury that AD carries are getting, unless you're, hard stomping, which is something that Rensga just simply haven't been able to do. And, they're now on match point, up against match point. They have to win 3 back-to-back. They can't afford complacency. They can't afford mistakes if they want to try and go to Worlds. This is a team that we're 10th in split number 1, right? The fact that they made it to finals this split is truly incredible. But you can never, and anybody who's been in a competitive environment, right? You don't think of, in this moment, okay, we came from 10th, this is still a good split. You're thinking, damn, we're about to lose finals.
Yeah, that's the sad truth of things, I think, is that people don't remember who came in second or third. First place is all that matters. Who repped Brazil at international events, who won the gold here. And for Red Canids as well, I mean, last split, they were 4th place. They're not a weak team by any means here. They're consistent. So for them, sure, it's not as dramatic as 10th to 1st or 10th to 2nd, but going from 4th, a semifinals finish, to a finals finish here, to a 1st place finish, is still going to be absolutely massive. And as much as we're talking about what Rensga need to do to change their mentality, to switch things up, I think we need to look at Red as well. We saw how hyped they were. And hype is a good thing, but hype is a blade that cuts 2 ways here. If you're too excited, they start to get sloppy. And I'm looking at Jojo Titan, the veterans of this team here, to try and calm people down. Grevthar has been doing an amazing job so far with Aegis. Gigo topside as well, piloting this Gwen exquisitely, but they need to keep it in for at least one more game. Go wild after you win it, but win it first.
That's what we're going to end on. I have nothing else. There's no better way to do it. We'll be right back. Game 3. It's do or die for Rensga. We'll see what they switch up. But Red, they've got the momentum. They've got the mental edge, it looks like, at least for now. Let's see if Rensga can throw a spanner in the works. Game 3 on the other side when we come back.
nobody else out here. It's time, run wild and royally cavalier to burn, ignite. I do it for so much less when all is made clear. There is nothing else, and here we stand, the sweet arrest in duality, and I come to, it's resin all over me. Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you in this race of two? We're an endless stream of choices with the softest murmur of voices. Without names we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. A darkness quiet playing satiric harmonies, making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. A darkness quiet singing such haunting melodies. So white, so still, so bright. It's almost too painful now. I'm ready to fight, to run from the light. And here now comes the sweet, corrupting reality. While now I'm free, will I once cease to be? Will I awake? Will I get a ride with you in this race of two? We are momentary masters. We're false kings and bastards. Without names we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. A darkness quiet playing such eerie harmonies. I'm making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. My darkness quiet singing such haunting melodies. We are marionettes by strings animated, yet like lovers of strings liberated. We are marionettes by strings animated, yet like lovers of strings liberated. Without names we're fantasizing. Without names we're fantasizing, dancing like flames, mesmerizing. My darkness quiet playing such eerie harmonies, making waves and diving under, lightning to the sound of thunder. My darkness quiet singing such haunting melodies. Brothers but not separated,
Legends never die. When the world is calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you play for reaching greatness, relentless, you survive. They never lose hope when everything's cold and the fighting's near. It's deep in their bones, they'll ride into smoke when the fire is fierce. Oh, pick yourself up, 'cause legends never die. When the world's calling you, can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die. They become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, legends never die. They're written down in eternity, but you'll never see the price it costs. The scars collected all their lives. When everything's lost, they pick up their hearts and defend.
Welcome back, everyone. Red Canids up 2-0 on Rensga. Does the miracle run end here, or is picking blue side enough, RMC?
I gotta stop you right there. Yeah, because Rensga finally picked blue. I cannot be happier here. They've needed to do it. Not only did they pick blue, they've swapped up the draft as well. They're banning Gwen. They're banning Rise here on the blue side. So we said, throw the playbook out the window. Rensga need to come in hot and running. They're doing it. Lee Sin, first pick. That's aggressive. That's early game.
You know, there we go. That's what we wanted from the get-go here. Take yourself what exactly Rensga's ideology is, right? We play through the early game, we play through topside. Lee Sin fits that brief to a T here. Gwen banned away. It's all coming up, Rensga. We're going to game 5, baby.
I mean, this is like as characteristic a draft as we see from them. So
Trigo on Ezreal. There we go.
exactly. Like, and it makes you what? It's like if you're a Rensga miracle run believer, you're sitting there just like beating the book. Why didn't they do this before? Like, why
It's
did
so
you
that
when your backs are completely against the wall?
Well, I thought it's so that the miracle run would be even sweeter. They needed to go 0-2 down in order to complete the reverse sweep and get the best miracle run possible.
Hey man, this is the team that plays from a place where the internet's so bad they pause almost every game. They make it to 4th seed in the regular season. Let's not forget that Rensga is seeded higher than Red coming into this year. So they played on hard mode. They're just getting into their comfort zone with hard mode here. Now we do see the Tristana picked up for the side of Red, and that is something notable because Titan is known for his Tristana play here. So while Rensga, they're taking the kitty gloves off, so are Red here. They're going for the finish, and they've got some early game strength as well. The Renekton that was so potent in the semifinals against Rensga as well has been picked up, and they're starting to take away the counters. Kennen banned. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like a Gnar ban as well to try and ensure Gigo has a strong top lane.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised either. And there it is, indeed. So they are protecting that. They're knowing that, look, Titan, famous for his Tristana. We're probably going to have to index a little more into that late game now that Rensga woke up. So let's give him a little more insurance and make sure that Guigo can continue to be the force that he has been throughout these playoffs. He has been Guigod for these playoffs, and it's been absolutely electric to see the rest of the bands coming in here. Kennen taken away there. They said, you know what? Did we win game 2? Yes. Do we want to see that again? Absolutely not. So really ensuring that Kiari doesn't have any room to pop off, because to his credit as well, even in these losses, he's been playing fine. I think it's come down to Yuri, right? Whether you want to say, hashtag free Trigo, but which I think is completely fair. Let's see what they, he's on Ezreal, thank you. I want to see now, for me, the attention turns to Yuri, because the first 2 bans by Red are still Irelia and Lucian. And without those 2, he has looked rough. The Jace was taken away second ban phase last time around, but he will be on that this time around. It looks like, yep, there it is, the Jace mid. Rensga's back, baby.
That is exactly what Rensga are typically looking for, right? They lock in the Jace. Now, there's a chance that this goes up to Chiari. There's a chance that Yuri plays this himself. Yuri has been a big proponent of the Jace as well. So it could very well be, or this is actually just a double flex until we see the next lock-in come through. Now, this is something that I would love to see. Put it back on in. Wow, wow, wow. What? No! Wait! They ruined it. Okay, fine. Go to RT, you go. No, you see, they had a really good poke comp. They were setting it up beautifully, and then they didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, they were. I'll grant you that, but it is still kind of risky. And this is the BR Mordekaiser, right? Brazil was known as the way region, so is it surprising that we see it in the Grand Finals 2021? It's gotta be that here, and it's like to be a Mordekaiser top into the Renekton as well, which is not a bad. Okay, no, let's rephrase that, because it's not a comfortable matchup for the Mordekaiser. Yeah, the laning's gonna be rough. But outside of the laning phase, once you get a couple more items, Mordekaiser handles the split push really, really well, and they needed some sort of magic damage. You had the Lee Sin, you had the Jace here. All that's physical. Ezreal also kind of makes damage, but still a little bit more physical than magical. So having Mordekaiser come in helps a lot with their damage profile. And then you look over at what Rid, as the last pick, picked up. The Twisted Fate. This is not a pick you're picking to win your lane with. This is something you're picking to get that global pressure down, to help out your other lanes. And against a Mordekaiser, Twisted Fate isn't going to do anything. Level 6 Destiny top lane, no problem. You can't gank Mordekaiser. It's always a 1v1 up top.
Yeah, and we talked about free Trigo right here. They've also freed Yuri a little bit. You talked about the fact that this lane matchup isn't something that is going to be too hard for Yuri. Being the Jace as well, he gets himself a lot of agency just by nature of picking that champion. Not going to be in a particularly tough matchup against this Twisted Fate, which isn't something that we could have said for game number 2. Yuri has been a defining feature of this Rensga squad throughout their latter half of the split, coming on in and being able to turn the squad around. If he's unlocked, if he can play to the full potential that we know Yuri can do, he is going to be in a fine position to start making a bit more of a name for himself, start putting himself back out onto the Rift in a formidable fashion, and just maybe be able to turn this series back around, because Rensga looks defeated after losing that second game. One good win here and their spirits can be changed in a second.
Yeah, and I think also, obviously because it is 0-2, this is do or die, but the momentum swing that could come from this, and maybe this is overhyping and I've just bought into this way too much, but to see such a fundamental shift in the draft 2 games into this, and if I'm Red and I say, okay, not only have Rensga figured out how to play, they're doing so in their style. This is kind of what we saw. Maybe our first 2 wins weren't against the real Rensga. Will the real Rensga please yeehaw? Will they please stand up? This looks a lot better. And if Rensga run over this game and I'm Red, I'm shaking in my boots. I go, look, they did that once. What's to say they can't do it 2 or 3 times?
Oh, yeah. I mean, these guys from Goiás here, they didn't come here to lose. They from Goiás to Sao Paulo, now to Rio here. They've had a long, long journey. And I mean, naturally, of course, if Rensga can win here, Red's going to be on the back foot. But let's not forget, if Red win here, it's over. Red just need one more win, and their journey here has been no less epic here. They are a team that stayed together after the first split, despite a 3rd, 4th place finish. Gosh,
they're doing it. They're doing it.
Rensga are back, baby.
They're going back to form here. We've got the pause again to just really get them to the comfort zone. But Red, a team that did stay together after split 1, and then last second putting Grevthar into the quarterfinals. I believe now, considering that he's won both the MVPs so far in the grand finals here, he's currently sitting on, I want to say, 4 MVPs through the playoffs. So he is the most decorated player, and he was the last minute substitute coming in. This guy's making a name for himself. I wouldn't be surprised if he's fielding offers left and right from teams after this split, win or lose.
It is pretty incredible, like you were saying, that Red were, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this, the only team split 1 to split 2 that made 0 roster changes. And then
Pain.
at the, well, yeah, Pain, I guess, yeah. I didn't like consider them. Yeah, true. Wow. All right.
Gotta represent Pain, man.
I'm going to take a seat. And what's wild is that they flipped the switch at the last possible second for a guy that's got 4 MVPs now. So look, it worked out clearly. But no, I mean, hats off to look. They've been pushing all the right buttons here. Let's see if they pushed enough of the right buttons in this one. But no,
Yeah.
but
Look
happy
how
for Rensga.
comfy he is.
Look, they're. Yeah, I don't know if like this is like calm comfort or like because we can't tell how like fast their hearts are beating. Let's say, which I think just despite the quietness, would tell a little more here. But I don't know. I mean, it's not like just looking at the because we focus on the Rensga draft a good amount. For the red draft, it doesn't seem like like I didn't really detect a theme so much from them in the first two, aside from like, I don't know, like give Grevthar a scalar, give Guigo Gwen. This is neither of those right now. But it still does feel like again it's gonna be about matching roams. Let's see if if Yuri can do what he can do on Zoe. But still that's kind of where I'm looking. I still think the focus is going to be on Yuri because he looked extremely lackluster in the first two games. But this is a champ that now, or rather, not on the Zoe, excuse me, on the Jace, that he can have a little more agency with. The Mordekaiser pick still doesn't inspire me with confidence. Because you like that into, maybe you gobble up Renekton, right, as your main kind of diver. But it just doesn't feel like it's a comp that you would want to pick a Mordekaiser against, if there is one.
And I think that they were tossing up between the Zoe and the Mordekaiser, right? Swapping around the Jace to both different lanes. And I feel like they couldn't pick, they elected not to go for Zoe, right? Because they couldn't do so. They hadn't banned out appropriately for Zoe, right? Syndra, I believe, was still up and available. And if you take the Zoe and then they pick Syndra, you feel like you've got yourself just an absolutely torrid lane matchup. And this goes back to something that we wanted to touch on a little bit, which was that Grevthar has been the carry so far for Red. He's been the player that has won both MVPs, that has been dishing out the damage left, right, and center. And it's not just Rensga who have pivoted on their draft style, it's Red, because they've gone to this style now where they've picked up a controlling mid laner for Grevthar, right? Not a champion in the late game that's going to have complete 1v9 dominance, but one that's going to be setting on up for the squad and setting up for the team more so than anything else. The Twisted Fate is going to be one of those champions that is enabling his team, but is not particularly enabling himself.
Okay, if anybody knows what's going on with the pauses, please feel free to let us know because we don't know what's going on. We've got a second one here. But, Rude, going back to your point as well, about enabling himself and all that. I think another thing to add on about the whole Mordecai conversation is that we've seen Red have sort of single player pop-offs so far, right? Like Grevthar absolutely crushing it, Aegis absolutely crushing it. And Mordekaiser allows you to kind of say, okay, whoever is popping off, you don't get to take this fight. And if the rest of Rensga is not as far behind and is closer, then maybe they can turn those fights as well here. And if you look at the draft coming through from Red, the Tristana pickup for Titan, we touched on it in draft. It is a signature champion. They are looking for Titan to pop off, something that we've not really seen too much of in game 1 and game 2, simply because of the way the games turned out, right? The fact that Grevthar was popping off instead. But this time, Grevthar on Twisted Fate, he's not on a pop-off champion. So it's down to Aegis, it's down to Titan, and this Mordekaiser pickup is really going to be able to help answer that. You take away that Tristana, and suddenly Red don't have quite as much damage, and a lot of it is melee. Guigo on the Renekton here, Aegis on the Viego, they have to get in range for you, and in range of you is killable range. If you take out that Viego quite quickly, it's so much easier to kill that Viego than that Tristana in a messy fight.
It really is. And the Tristana himself, as you talked about, right, this sort of franchise legacy pick for Titan, certainly something that he's going to be feeling very comfortable on. And as we get later and later into the game, gets himself more and more range as that Tristana passive starts to ramp on up, giving you more and more range as your levels do increase. So with those two champions that you touched on for the rest of Red looking to be sort of melee down, does do is build up a really nice front line and build up a good stable firing point for the Tristana to be able to hit from, for Titan to sit behind. Yes, he has the luxury of that rocket jump as well, so he can even dive forward if he wants to, can jump backwards and give himself some semblance of safety. But this Tristana pick in this particular composition, right, it's going to be looking very comfortable as an AD carry because you're going to be sat with the front line in all the right places, and you can do pretty much whatever you like because you've got rocket jump to get yourself out if you're in danger.
As we pause, excuse me, as the pause rolls on here, I think we might take it to a break, just because I don't know how long it is going to be. We'll see. I mean, actually, okay, because I was looking at players' hands, but everyone's hands are back to the mice. So actually, yeah, maybe hold off on that. But I want to go back to something that you were saying about. Yeah, I mean, look, Titan, he hasn't had the agents. He hasn't had like the need to pop off. Oh, thank goodness. Wow. All right. Damage gets up in melee range of JoJo. Okay, that wasn't even the point I was actually gonna make. Because I was like, I had like something and then I forgot it. But the point I was gonna make was, like you said, Kiari and Rensga now with this Mordekaiser have an oops button, right? Of whoever decides to go bananas. And look, in the early game, it's probably gonna be it's Guigo, Aegis, or Titan, right? If Titan gets in range and you say, shoop, nope, I'm going to hoover you up. As level 2 coming through here for Trigo and damage, but Titan and JoJo ding it not too long after. Yeah, I mean, it gives them a comeback.
Oh, here they go.
They go in. Oh, Titan going all the way in. Was it a risky move? Flash into the bush. But guys, to ignite. JoJo will go down. It's a 2v2
Free Trigo!
Yeah! Hashtag free Trigo! This is what we wanted to see. This is what we were saying, right? We saw the statistics. Trigo, sure, he might lose the lane, but he's been such a big part of the damage profile. And now that he's finally been taken off Ash duty, he can unleash it here. And not only is the bot side winning, I mean, mid lane, Yuri's having a much better matchup as well. And I'm hoping this unlocks and enables Croc.
Kiari on this top side as well, doing fairly well for himself. Grandfather potentially in a little bit of danger here too. This is a very strong early game for Rensga so far. Kiari's even got a freeze up on this top side. Will be able to recall here if he so desires and keep that wave exactly where it is. We even see JoJo looking to make this roam on the Braum happen up to the mid lane. So just freeing Grethfire up to find this base. But you can see Yuri's not giving him a second to breathe right here. This is a very strong early game for Rensga, getting themselves that 2v2 kill and extending leads sort of across the map by wave management purposes. They're doing a very good job so far. But Red, they did get double crab, and this might be a small little advantage for the junglers, but it is one that does make a difference.
JoJo and Titan on the business end of a 2v2 early, and Kiari coming alarmingly close to getting a solo kill up there not too long ago. But now, gonna be a 2v1 kill. Oh, Guigo went forward, and the stun lands on Kiari, but Croc was there to bail him out. Very nice. Rensga on top here. It's been a blue side diff this series.
Oh, now going in again on the bot side, we already seen Titan fall in this 2v2. JoJo in trouble as well.
Yeah, JoJo was able to hold off the tower aggro, but eventually had to throw up the shield. Damage doesn't have the follow-up. Popped everything on that one. I thought maybe they'd get away with it here. Aegis gonna get spotted out by that ward, so they know that damage and Trigo looking still a little far forward for my liking as Titan goes in here. Okay. JoJo going forward, saying, stand behind me. Aegis looking for a return kill. JoJo taking low. Trigo's going to pick up one, but JoJo does go down. Kiari TPing to the bot lane, beats him over the head with whatever Mordekaiser's mace is called. They tell you in the lore tool tips, and I keep forgetting. But Titan and Aegis are able to escape here. It's a 1-for-1.
Yeah, and that TP, unfortunately, just doesn't really do anything right there. Was, TP down, but for no real gain.
Yeah, and I think the idea there was sort of, okay, the fight's happening. It'll get delayed a bit longer, but watch this stun here from Aegis, because that changed everything there. If not for that stun to delay Trigo, I think everybody dies there, because Viego probably doesn't really get out. Ezreal gets the kill onto the Tristana as well. But as it stands, they buy the time. And now we're seeing a bit of a lane swap, because Kiari had to go all the way bot from top. And now Yuri not having the best fun, but how did damage get there?
Oh no.
Damage, it took the scenic route up there, but here comes Kiari as well. Level 6 for Guigo, pops the Dominus immediately. CC coming down. Here comes Grevthar. Guigo in a little bit of trouble, but that's that early game Renekton. That is just so much sustain. Are you kidding me? Kiari, he has level 6. Gets the Q down, but he's not in range to ult and take him to the Shadow Realm. Now here come the rest of Red Canids. JoJo may be in some trouble here as he goes a little too far forward. The damage will it be enough? The Ignite does take down damage. Grevthar readying up a gold card, gets it onto Kiari. There's nothing he could do. It's another 1-for-1 trade, and Red have responded really nicely, but this fight has gone on long enough that Croc now wants to join the party. You're able to sidestep the Death's Grasp with not a ton of mana and probably for the better there.
Okay, so overall, it's a trade up for Red. They could look for a little more here. Remember, Renekton, a resourceless champion, so can go back in.
Only connects the Sonic Wave, picks off Greftar just a little
no
too far
way.
forward, and Jace, how about Yuri and Croc, the mid-jungle of Rensga? Oh, the shields are just too much! Double kill for Yuri.
Yeah! Oh, 4x4. This is the Rensga we've been waiting for here. Dear the Prophet has spoken. He said 5 games. We might actually see if they can continue this year. And I want to point out, Croc coming into that gang was only level 5, but I don't have time. We're getting a replay as the fight's going down bot lane.
Yeah, they instead back out of it. Probably the smart thing. That's just unfortunate. That's not even production's fault. That's just like they had that queued up because it was such a bananas fight top. And then Damage says, hold my beer.
Okay, so we had to hold the beer, but now we're back in. I wanted to point out that Croc hit 6 in that fight. And if Croc doesn't hit 6, they don't turn that. But the timing came down to literally just one wave of minions, half a wave of minions, and that let them pick up the fight and made sure that Rensga did not lose that advantage they so painstakingly created.
And I'm going to touch on this top lane matchup just briefly whilst we have this second, and never mind. They're just jumping in. Constantly looking for fights. Looks like Damage able to get away use of summon a heal there buys him that space. But important to note down here that Jojo's still level 4. When he doesn't have that unbreakable shield, he is a very squishy champion. Now Yuri finding fights.
Greftar almost. One more empowered W auto might have done it, but it was not enough. Yeah, Greftar. A rare early death for him here, but again, he's not on this, this hyper carry champ. He's on an enabler. Rensga able to pick up first Herald. This is kind of like it's par for the course, right? I don't want to keep beating this horse, dead horse too much. It's like, oh, this is the Rensga we wanted to see, and it's one thing to say this is the Rensga we wanted to see if we had seen it before or this was game 1. But games 1 and 2 were just so uncharacteristic for them that this is the return. This return to form feels like a breath of fresh air.
It feels like the Rensga that we've seen throughout the rest of the split. Now Kiari in a bit of a tussle.
Guigo pop the Dominus. Kiari with the W, able to get a little bit of damage, but Guigo says, no, I am the stronger champion right now. Croc boinks him, sets up the Sonic Wave very, very nicely. Aegis says, yep, nope, I'm going to, good to see you. Sorry, nothing I can do. I'm going to run this way now.
able to get the trade kill right there, but this is what I wanted to touch on, right, with this Renekton versus Mordecai matchup. We saw both of them hold on to their Ws, both sort of playing a game of chicken with one another, because Ruthless Predator will go through the shield that Kiari wants to put up, so he's saving his shield in for the timing where Gigo goes for that Ruthless Predator, but Gigo times it perfectly that his W is just going to kill him outright. That shield doesn't do anything for you if you're already dead, so it's really well played up on that top side. Gigo recognizing the exact thresholds needed to be met in order to find that solo kill.
Yeah, damned if you do, damned if you don't there. You're dead either way. And Kiari is still not winning the top lane. He is down CS. The illusion of strength that he has is coming from all the roams that we're seeing. Croc and Yuri. I mean, Yuri's on this Jace, which got banned away against a Twisted Fate, who's one of the most mobile champions in the game in terms of map play, macro play, and he's outpacing. He's always there before Greftar. And for Rensga, this is how they need to continue playing. Fast-paced. Don't give Red time to breathe. Don't give them time to scale or to farm. And for Red here, it almost seems contradictory, but they need to start matching the tempo. You don't want to slow down either. You're giving up too much. Herald went down. Now Dragon going down in favor of Rensga as well. They need to start making their ultimates count. If Destiny goes down, they need to find a kill. TP goes down, they need to find a kill.
Yeah, it's a scary game, right, for Red, because yes, they have the insurance policy of a late game Tristana, but if they give up too much during this early game Jace, Lee Sin are going to be more than capable of steamrolling you before that Trist has hit those item breakpoints. So it is that 50-50 of, hey, we don't want to be, giving up, or we don't really want to be fighting right now because we're so far behind. But at the same time here, if we start fighting, or if we don't start fighting, we're going to lose the game before we've even had a chance to try and scrap for it. So it really does become a game of 50-50s, that, as you say, RMC, in this instance here, a damned if you do, damned if you don't type situation. And now we're looking toward Rensga to see how well they can start to close out this game, because they do have the lead. They do have this 2,000 gold lead, this advantage throughout Runeterra, throughout Summoner's Rift right now, where they can look to make something happen. The question is, where do they go and can they exploit it?
Yeah, this is where the boys become men, if you will. Does the boy knows everything about that? May he rest in peace. He's alive. He's just not in playoffs. Just for the record. But yeah, and wanted to see. Yeah, I mean, this is again, this like this return to form. We're not going to beat that over the head so much, but Guigo feels like right now your early game condition, and I think A just recognized that. He says, "Oh, thank you for the trip closer to you." A lot of damage coming down onto Chiari. Croc looking for a way in. Guigo backing off. Aegis on the front line here into the Death Realm. He went, but it didn't even matter. Stun landed. Croc is fine. The shield not going to be blown here by Chiari. He's got that charged up there. Jojo is not level 6, but he is around. Don't think they're going to drop anything here. And a big part of steamrolling this is breaking down this mid-tier 1. The Herald gave some good value, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough, but Yuri still owns this lane.
And anytime any team wants to make a proactive play, the question is always, what is the opportunity cost, right? We saw in game 1 and game 2, Rensga was making all the proactive plays, and they were falling behind because it didn't work out. Now, Rid trying that, their opportunity cost is the mid lane. Yuri finally getting the 1v1 with Grevtar, and Yuri has to insta-cleanse.
Oh, the hops.
Yeah. Insta-cleanse, sidestepped the Q there, and now they've got the turn, or do they? Lots of damage out of Yuri, EQing in. Is Ren's going to try to follow it up? Jojo is dead, and so is Aegis. It's a 3-for-0 killing spree for Jojo, or for Trigo, rather, excuse me. And Rensga responding really, really nicely. Now they got 4 ready to break down this mid-tier 1. Poor Grevthar is a dead man.
Oh no, just as simple as you like, even through the flash, finally goes on down, and Yuri here, this has been a series of mid lane dominance here. Grevthar took games 1 and 2, but Yuri styled on Red throughout. Every single skill shot went right. Have a look at this replay. Dodges Viego stun. He dodged Winter's bite. He gets in, gets out, does as much damage as possible, and stays alive even through the ignite. Croc comes down, finds 1. Trigo dashes over to find 2. And Rensga, they turn that mid lane play. Remember what we said in the second game. Don't dash into fog of war. It's exactly what Red fall prey to, and they go down for it.
Is this just the blue side dominant series here 4x4 Roodood? I mean, it's that blue jungle, the pod side. It just seems to be that jungle, especially people keep dying down there. Now, Chiari, no Death Realm here. So this is actually not that 1v1 we were talking about, but Yuri, holy, 1 empowered Shock Blast is all it takes. And keep in mind that Grevthar, R5 Twisted Fate. So he knew exactly what he was running into. If Yuri is fed on this Jace, Red can all look at the mid lane, look at their MVP player and go, this was your lane to take control of. You knew what you're opting into. You chose this.
And especially because it's doubly frustrating, because if you're playing a Twisted Fate, you are playing a macro game like we've alluded to. Yuri should be the one that should be taking responsibility for, like what goes on the map. Twisted Fate is supposed to dictate what goes on. Jace has these tools to roam and whatnot. And he, that cleanse looking like an absolute genius move, just by the by, right? Like I was like, oh, he took on Steel Spellbook. No, he didn't. He took Phase Rush. Like that was there from the jump. This isn't something that he grabbed, just for giggles here. Like there's a lot of CC that coming in on the side of Red. Now,
big TPs,
Guigo.
Destiny 2.
Guigo popped Dominus before he dropped the TP, so he's going to roll in here. Over he goes. Guigo going to lock down. Now, Trigo's, he goes down, and a nice pick play collapsing from both sides of that top tier 1. Red find themselves a bit of a lifeline.
Yeah, good overload on this top side here for Red, and RMC talks about those opportunity costs here. For them, it's probably just going to be a bot lane tier 1 turret. They don't get the top tier 1 just yet. Yuri's sticking around, though, and he has a ward to see them all coming.
Oh, no.
And that's just that's unforgivable. Unforgivable. You can't make those mistakes in a game like this, where you're the single sole carry really for your team at this point in the game, and you're dying in a situation like that. That is the game that's the type of death that costs you detrimentally.
And I love the fact that you could hear the pregnant pause that all of us had there when we saw it coming. Like we couldn't believe Yuri was walking into that. He had cleanse.
There's no way, right? Like, yeah. I was looking at the mini map. I'm like, okay, well, someone's there, right? No.
I mean, Croc was kind of there, but he was a screen and a half away, a little overconfident. We've seen this come through from Red before. Now, Rensga doesn't have the leeway to make these sort of mistakes. And now Chiari dragging Guigo into the Death Realm here. Damage coming in as backup.
Coming in as backup. Can he lock him down? He doesn't even need to. Hoovers him up.
Bramble Vest. Welcome.
Yeah, Bramble Vest, by the way. Actually, it didn't really serve him too well the first time that Guigo solo killed him, but now with a little extra damage, able to close that fight out. And in the Death Realm as well, that home field advantage if you will. Second dragon going over to Rensga. They grab that first herald as well. All the objectives have gone their way. Aside from a couple of flubs here, still looking all right for Rensga.
Yeah, and I think that right there, Guigo's Dominus just wasn't quite available in time to try and take that 1v1. That's why he falls so easily. So that opportunity cost of the top lane play now begins to have a little bit more of an impact because that Dominus was picked up so early on and wasn't able to be used in that bot lane fight. So an overstep from Guigo here to fall once more here. 1 on 5 and 4 assists, so making himself somewhat useful to the team here. But 5 deaths inside 17 minutes, definitely not the position that you want to be in on that top lane Renekton. And now he's going to try and find a bit of help here with Titan. Remember, no Death Realm for this 2v2, and TPs aren't available.
Here comes Titan. Guigo popped the Dominus for this one. Beats him over the head. Guigo getting a lot of damage down onto Chiari. Didn't even need to break that shield like he did. But Trigo, or rather Titan, picking up a kill. Glacial Fissure goes out defensively as Rensga looking to use the second Herald again in response. Will it be enough? I mean, it's something. They are ahead, so it's not like they're losing out a ton by having a less than optimal Herald play here. And with no Glacial Fissure, that's a big kind of counter-engage tool that Red don't have should they try to pull off the dive, but Damage doesn't have that Solar Flare either, and that's all she wrote.
Imperfect information coming through from Rensga there. They saw Titan bot side, and they're assuming that there's a lot more people down there to try and make that play on Chiari, but there really wasn't. So Rid are able to fend off the Herald, and not only that, they got the bot lane turret. They're getting half of the inner turret as well. Gigo able to pick that up himself, and now suddenly the tides have turned. Yes, they did lose second Herald, but it didn't cost them that much. They are now equalizing the turret gold, and for all that Rensga had an immaculate early game here, they do have to watch out. They are starting to fall behind, and it might start with trying to pick the Twisted Fate again.
Oh, cleanses out of the Everfrost, and Grevthar getting a big old speed. Holy, he's schmoving. He was sprinting away. I thought you were going to close that gap on him, no question. Oh, greedy little recall there. Croc picked the wrong bush.
Really smart. And now we're going to see Chiari in trouble again. Death Realm available this time.
Yep, Death Realm is available, but Jojo and Guigo are around as well. Exposure Charge lands onto Chiari, not going to do much after that. Finally, that top tier 1 does go down. So trading blows on opposite sides of the map. No neutral objectives up until that Baron, but probably not going to be on the table for either team here at the 20-minute mark.
Oh, yeah. Chiari obviously goes down. Oh, he's in the Death Realm now, oh dear.
Yeah, grabs Titan. Titan just says, I can still hop over this bush in the Death Realm. You still got to deal with terrain. Instead, he just beats him over the head. Does pick up the kill in the Death Realm. And now Jojo trying to extend this fight for Guigo. The shield goes up, reducing a ton of damage. They've got to hightail it out of there. Trigo flashing in, getting the Q. Not enough. Jojo survives, and so does Guigo by the skins of their teeth.
Yeah, that was a very tight affair right there. Trigo Q flashes, so buffers it. Gigo going forward.
He gets
it.
I don't know if they thought closer than he was. He face takes that Q. That was just miscoordinated there. And now Damage is there to pick up the rest of it. Has to ult. But a nice predictive solar.
They're going.
Enough. He flashed over the wall. Trigo says, I can't join you. He's going to
be Yuri.
But that's okay because Yuri is coming to town. Jojo's power shot glass lightning field will not get there after to the skies. Wow. All over the place. Man, just a sus little re-engage there onto Trigo.
My goodness, Aegis just got away with murder there. And you're right, Red, that was a sus re-engage. You know how much damage Trigo is doing. Muramana completed. Divine Sunderer completed here. I'm not even sure anybody can 1v1 this guy. Maybe Aegis if he goes all in, if he gets the engage here. But barring that, Trigo's just going to kite everybody to hell and back, and that's without the Sarota's Grudge right now. And you've gifted Trigo this hyper carry a whole bunch of kills. He's now 6-1. Rensga firmly back in the driver's seat. Dragon's coming up in a minute, and Soul is a possible win con. Baron is a possible win con. And if they mess this up, if somebody dies trying to kill Chiari, Baron could very well go to Rensga.
Oh, he's too smart.
Jojo in a little bit of trouble here, but he's got back up now. Finally, Guigo and Titan looking to turn the fight. Chiari trying to chase down Jojo, but he might not get there. Damage, and Trigo showed up. Trigo does a lot of damage. There goes the Solar Flare. Croc joins the party as well. That's Chiari picking up one, and Croc picking up another. He is unstoppable. And that should be Baron for Rensga. Aegis is available, but this is not where you want to flip it.
This is a scary Baron to try and take, though. Grethvar, Titan, and Aegis all still alive. The 3 leading carries for Red here might be able to fight and make a stand. They're hiding on the other side of this wall so that the vision doesn't see them till just the last second. Grethvar as well playing out of the side. Rensga here using Yuri as a bit of a deterrent, but they're getting this Baron freely.
Yeah, Aegis not gonna be able to go over the wall. Titan in some trouble. Has to rock jump. Oh, over the
Croc, where are you going?
right to him. Baron! The Baron. Rensga, they got to keep that thing aggro. Aegis on the wall. If he steals this, there is no shot. Sonic Wave connects. It's not enough.
Oh, my word.
Oh, thank goodness. You would have killed me. You would have had to charge Croc with murder for what I would have fallen over dead if that would have been given up. If Aegis survived long enough to take that, but Rensga avoid calamity and secure the Baron.
You know, and this is a popular phrase of mine here, the ends justified the means here, because they get the Baron, they get all the kills, and they maybe even get Gigo here as well. And, okay, Gigo should be fine. He's looking to be pretty much out. Damage in a little bit of trouble, though.
That's a lot of throw damage he took. Yeah.
So if we weren't watching the game, okay, now, and if this was just a game of facts and fundamentals here, what Rensga achieved was they got Baron, with all 5 members getting away. They get the Dragon, and they don't lose anybody, and they pick up a couple kills onto the AD carries. Now, the means and the manners in which they got it may have been slightly questionable, as Red are now looking to collapse on all sides.
Yeah, they are. Guigo with the deep ward TP, pop Dominus, and he gets yanked to the death realm immediately. That is what he's there to do. Meanwhile, mid laner on mid laner crime, as Yuri takes down Grevthar. That's okay, they don't need all that damage, but so much coming from 2 for Kiari, 2 for Yuri, an ace out of nowhere. Red went up in smoke.
I've got 3 words for y'all. Where? I mean, BR Mordekaiser, right? You cannot look for a flank against Kiari whatsoever. They saw the TP coming out. Destiny was still showing, so you know that any flank is pretty much doomed there. And Grefthar showing up. No stopwatch. Well, actually, yeah, I think the stopwatch came after he died. I'm hoping it did, because otherwise there's no justification for why he died there. You go and you gold card, you stopwatch. You don't do that, you're dead. And 4x4, Roodood, we have ourselves a series. My prediction's dead, but both of your predictions are still running.
There we go.
Got a series, boys and girls. How about Rensga returning to form, and how? What a statement. I mean, and you see, I mean, it's both boxes kind of look the same here for both these teams, because Rensga know the job's not done, but Red just got punched in the teeth.
Blue side, baby. You know, they come out here, they change up the game plan, right? We talked about it and we'd asked for it. Ban Gwen, or go blue side and take Gwen. What they do is they end up doing a mix of both, where they take blue side and decide that they don't want Gwen regardless here. They free Trigo, give him that Ezreal, and he is able to be an absolute monster. We questioned the Mordekaiser, right? At least I certainly did. I was like, okay, you know, picking this one when they could have taken Zoe and had a really nice poke composition. That fight in the end there was the perfect example of where Mordekaiser shines. We saw the deep TP come through. It was very clear that Gigo wanted to have that big flank effort. Mordekaiser sits, presses one button, and nullifies it in a single second, takes him into the death realm, and makes the fight a very easy forward-facing objective for the Rensga squad. They're able to just fight. They take down Grethvar before he's even able to do anything particularly, and then, as we say, turn back around, find that 3v4 essentially fight inside the jungle of Red, find themselves a very strong game throughout, and sort of return to form, return to the Rensga that we've been seeing throughout playoffs.
And this just changes the entire landscape of the rest of the match, because the lackluster Rensga that we had seen in game 1, in game 2, they're out of there. And it started in draft, like you mentioned, Roodood. So for Red, you can't go and look at game 1 and game 2 and say, okay, you know, game 3 is just an anomaly, right? We just need to go back to game 1, game 2. No, that's not going to be an option. Rensga aren't going back to that. And it comes down to this mid lane matchup, like both of you have alluded to, Yuri versus Grefthar. Because in that mid lane this time, there wasn't a lot of 2v2. Yuri dominated that, and if anything, Croc's job was just to make sure that Aegis never got to look mid. They were busy dueling everywhere else, top lane, bot lane, in the jungle, and that gave Yuri one-on-one time with Grefthar and his tender administrations. Vengeance is a dish best served cold, and he's serving it right now. So if there is an adaptation in draft, it's going to be Red needing to look at that mid lane. Maybe you triple ban that mid lane. You open up that Nidalee for Croc, and you ban out the Jace instead. Because frankly, it doesn't, the Nidalee we've not seen yet, right? But we've seen the Jace, and that is an issue.
Yeah, I am fascinated to watch draft in game 4 because Rensga or Red rather will have side selection. We'll see what they opt into. I would bet maybe not my house because I only have one of those. So I'll bet this pen because I have more than one of these that Red do select blue side. But the bans are going to be, I think, the more interesting thing. Like you said, okay, you take away Lucian, you take away Aurelia. He says, all right, that's fine. Here's Jace. Dum, 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 here we go. But then does Croc hop on that Nidalee? But Jace Nidalee, it doesn't even seem like you want Nidalee to be set up with CC, right? And on red side, it would be maybe doubtful they get. Actually, maybe you could get Renekton. I don't know. Lots of questions to be answered on game 4. I'm just rambling at this point. I'm thinking out loud. I should use this pen to write some of them down instead of talk. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to throw it to break while I do that. When we come back, Rensga still down 2-1, but look like a brand new team after this one. You won't want to miss it. We've got a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere.
round again. You want a dose of this right now? It's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 나 이래. 믿지 못해
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave and one false step lead the end. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your blood, go and take it. This is your moment. Take to the skies, go prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. They will remember you. It is you fight among the dead beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it?
Welcome back, everyone. We have got a series. We being, well, everyone has a series to watch here, but we are 4x4, Roodood, and RandomMinionCaster, as Red look like they're actually in all right spirits here. Titan and Grevstar joking around here as the bans come through, and look at this. We said, do they triple ban Yuri first rotation? And that's exactly what they did.
Makes perfect sense. To be honest, though, we talked about how much power this guy does have over the team, and we've said time and time again here that it would be, as we've learned it, the mid lane power point of both of these teams right now. Whoever's been able to get their hands on the better mid lane champion, the better mid lane matchup, whatever it may be, they're the ones that are coming out on top. Now, we do see that Red, they take away the Ezreal for themselves, so Trigo slightly less freed, but hopefully he's not back on Ash duty.
Okay, interestingly enough as well, I was going to say, if they pick that Diana here, that's a departure from what we expected. I mean, Renekton's open, Nidalee's open. That's sort of the go-to, right? Nidalee being banned away the first 3 games. And one of the things we kind of haven't mentioned yet is the fact that Red is back on blue side, as confusing as that sounds. Blue side has won all 3 games in this series so far. And I did say at the end of the last game that everything's changed now. The whole pick and ban gets warped by the performance that Yuri had on this Jace, and we are seeing the results of that. Now, if the Diana gets locked in, Red are already opting for a much later game. Diana doesn't have early game control. Ezreal shouldn't have early game control. As long as Trigo and Damage don't opt into trades like Titan and Jojo did last game at level 1, Ezreal shouldn't have control either. So Rensga are already being set up for success with the style that they're most comfortable with. Top side domination, bot side scaling.
And you see here, I mean, and it's funny because this blue side for, this, again, bear with us here. This blue side draft for Red Canids looks like a, as Thresh locked in there for Rensga, looks like a Rensga draft. I mean, tell me this doesn't scream a proc on Diana, Damage and Trigo bot lane of Leona. This is their bread and butter. And they just snagged it on blue side. They said, actually, we're going to play with your toy now.
At the same time here, we're looking across at the Rensga side. Crocs, Nidalee's banned away from him for the first 3 games. He's been, picking Nidalee, him, along with Ryan from Kaboom, are the 2 sort of Nidalee players that we've got here in Brazil. And picking that one up for himself, it feels like the exact same sort of style that Rensga might still opt to go for. And they have themselves this Thresh, a champion that we did have sort of a massive departure from in general in this draft in this series so far, was the Aphelios. And the fact here that it gets banned away goes to show you, sort of exactly why. But with this Thresh of Helios pairing being denied, question becomes, what else do they want to take away? Is it that Jinx? And, well, yeah, okay, they already did it. So that one getting removed off the board sort of stands to reason, makes sense that you want to remove a hyper carry from the Trigo side.
Okay, but there's so many options, and that's one of the strengths of this Thresh pickup, is that when you pick up the Thresh, you can't ban out all the AD carries that go with it. Aphelios, Jinx, Varus. You could even go with a Ziggs here if you wanted for that sort of late game damage, and then we're likely to see an AD mid for Yuri. That has been the preference. Not that there is a lot left. Irelia, Lucian, Jace, all banned away here, and they're just waiting to see, right? Wait, did Red just lock in Viego? They have Diana and
Solo
Viego.
lane.
Diana mid?
No, Viego top, surely.
I think top.
Viego
of
top?
mid.
Yeah.
There you go, yeah. Okay, so how do you read that into Kiari's Croc?
Yeah, well, Kiari on Renekton here, because otherwise we are going to get very confused here 4x4, because that is a recipe for disaster. Never mind.
And here
Remember.
we go, baby. This is it. Finn, eat your heart out. This is Kled mid for Red, for Grevstar. Throwing that one in. AD mid, AP jungle, AD top side. I mean, look, it's going to be up to JoJo entirely to be that front line. But man, here we go. This is the second game 4 in a row.
Yes!
Stop.
No,
Okay.
the Aatrox is good. Oh, I am disappointed. I was actually super excited for that Aatrox pick for Yuri. It is actually a legitimate pick. He's done it in the regular season, and it does great into the Kled as well. More importantly, it does great to counter the engage, because what Red have drafted here, aside from the Ezreal first pick, is a dive composition. You've got the Sun Moon dive combo, Leona Diana. That is very, very important. It sets up the... Have you not heard that one before?
No, which is part of the reason I'm laughing. I'm like, what rock have you been living under? That's too easy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, it was very popular when Diana, Viego, and Shinzao were sort of the jungle trinity there. But paired, with that Kled to help you get in there, you're setting up for the resets for Viego. And adding an Aatrox for the side of Rensga just absolutely stops that dead in its tracks. If you engage into that, one champion alone stops the entire dive. But now with Sylas, you don't quite have that. And sure, Moonfall is a great outfit to try and do something similar, but it's much more conditional now. You get one shot at doing it right. If you mess up the Moonfall, if the Kled, if the Leona, if they've run past you at that point, then it's not going to be quite as impactful here. So I'm a bit sad. Still a very strong draft coming through from Rensga, and still fits what they want normally to a T.
You know what would have been the pick here? It's Swain. And I say that almost every single time people pick dive, and nobody ever plays Swain, and it's completely tangential here to any League of Legends game that I will ever talk about. But people need to start picking Swain. That champ's very good into dive, but yeah, this game they went for the not the Aatrox either.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going AP, I mean, there was Seraphine, which is the quintessential counter dive, but it's Yuri and it's Nidalee, right? Like, that the moment Croc locked in Nidalee, we're gonna see. Actually, no, I was gonna say we're gonna see physical damage mid, but no, silence is magic. What am I saying? Okay, this is. Yeah, I don't like the silence pick.
Okay, well, it's been there we go, foretold a little bit, I suppose, with a slightly. What's the word I'm trying to use here? A disappointed color caster on the one side, and for me, I despise Sylas as a champion, so make it 2.
Sylas makes me very, very sad.
Clean sweep all around.
Mostly like to play against. I'm not even saying that from like an analytical perspective. Oh, he doesn't do this, like the way like LS would get super hot anyone locked in Aatrox a couple years ago, right? I guess last year, but it doesn't quite do that to me. But Ignite TP here for Grevthar. And you said it, this is a dive comp through and through. When Grevthar says da 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 da, that means go. And he wants to be able to do that from any point on the map. So 2 TPs here for the solo laners, and matching them are Yuri and Kiari to boot. So you don't have physical damage for Rensga in the mid lane, but what you do have is physical damage on the top side, and Renekton Nidalee is about as potent as they come.
Yeah, and so to stem back to this whole, okay, this is a great dive composition. Thresh is probably the sort of best answer that you can hope for a Dynamo composition, because you've got the Flay, right? You have the Lantern as well to take people to safety. That is 9 times out of 10 going to be Trigo in this game, potentially Croc or Chiari if they've extended too far forward in a fight. But the potential repositioning that you have with the Thresh is certainly going to be very, very abundant, very useful to this Varus, because he's this one immobile unit where everybody else is looking very good.
Flash had to be burnt bot lane by damage right off the bat here. And they shouldn't be losing to an Ezreal early, but it seems to be that is the way it goes. Now, I do kind of want to address the point about the Lantern there, Roodood. There's no such thing as too deep for Chiari. There's only deeper on the Renekton, right? Like you want to be in that backline anyways here. But very good vision from Gigo. Already the wards coming out. Aegis dropping an early ward as well before switching. Oh, he still got in there. No way.
We go in a little bit of trouble here. Flash away. Chiari chase him with the flash spear. Doesn't land, but does it matter? First blood over to Croc.
Really well played. Nice execution on that gank as well. Weaves around the ward that had been placed by Gigo on that top side and just barely sneaks his way into that top brush. Now, what they may not know is that Aegis has already snuck his way into the jungle, and Croc could well be caught out here on all sides.
Yeah, he is double bucked, but Aegis lands the Crescent Strike, leaps over the wall, follows him, does Aegis. Very nice patient play there. The flash goes over. Aegis getting max distance on that. Smite to heal for Croc. So everything traded as is. And the smite going down doesn't feel quite as bad. Hey, he's one stack closer to getting his red smite. What gives, man? It's fine.
I mean, you smite where you have to try and stay alive if you need be. Brother. But you know, Croc getting out was amazing and really good play from Aegis as well. We don't normally see Dyna being aggressive early, but Chiari solo?
Chiari solo bolo, but here comes Aegis, follows him in, has a level advantage. Chiari, I think, knows he's dead. Mead trying to extend the fight. Here comes the TP, though.
Redemption?
Need to catch a wave, which all that farm isn't all too bad. That wave would have crashed in, would have been free low there. So Yuri does get something out of it.
Yeah, man. Silas, what you gonna do, right? It was Aatrox, still would have been the same thing, to be fair, though. Maybe the swing could have turned it, but unfortunately, that teleport is a little bit wasted. The good news is that Yuri soaked up the mid lane farm while Grefthar was hunting Croc the first time. And while Chiari did go down, it was a 1-for-1. Okay, this is so weird. If you turn off nameplates right now, I would think Rensga's on the blue side. The constant aggressive invades. This is what Croc is normally known for.
And this is really wise from Grefthar as well, honestly, because this Nidalee has been put a little bit behind by the fact that she went for that gank after a 3 camp. Now they're looking for a bit of a battle of their own.
Grefthar mounted up onto Skarl. Aegis, get the... very nice, the old steal. And Yuri just solo bolos onto Guigo. Bit of a lane swap, but we might have some fighting in the bot lane. Meanwhile, in the bot river, I should say. Trap down there on the Scuttle Crab death spawn here, but surprised nothing broke out there. I thought that Grefthar was dead to rights, but RMC, you have something you want to say.
Roodood actually.
It's the thing here, right, in this top side, right, is that Gigo, you can see down what is going to end up looking to be 2 levels here. Yuri does it very well, toggling his level management actually more so than anything else. Ding 6 off of one of those melees and just yoinkies that one real quick. Something I wanted to quickly address, though, was that Trigo burned his flash down on the bot side. Whilst all that kerfuffling was happening in the jungle, Jojo was able to force that flash, that summon spell from the Varus, making him even more susceptible to going down now that he doesn't have his one key tool for mobility.
Yeah, well, all our eyes were distracted by the big the big action in near the dragon pit, but that really wasn't the key things. The flash being blown from Trigo was the fact that Yuri managed to get 6 because he soaked up all those waves. That teleport, which really wasn't a good call, turned up to be a good play because he then soaked up another wave of experience, getting him that early level 6, getting Gigo further and further behind on this already questionable Viego pick. We said it before, patch 11.15, Viego was already nerfed at this point. It doesn't matter for jungle Viego as much, but it hurt lane Viego. Yuri collapsing in here, and they probably now suspect there's a ward, not knowing that it was actually Aegis just sitting in the bush.
And I want to remind people that this has been a series decided by mid laners so far, as both of these games are just, or all of these games rather, have been decided by Yuri popping off or Grethvar popping off. Yuri finding solo kills in the top lane is a very, very scary prospect for the red squad, because this is the guy that has been dominating through and through.
Yeah, it's been the mid laners. And it was Grethvar doing the things that he did on the first couple. I mean, it was a Kali in game 2. And in what are you playing game 1? Hello?
Moving on quickly.
Gosh.
Rise.
Rise, yes. Or game 1 and game 2
It's
reverse.
still that characteristic. We forgot.
Either way,
Rise
literally not
Fury,
important.
yeah.
I apologize. But it has been the series decided by the mid laners because the junglers have been, for all that we, got on Rensga's case in game 2, or in games 1 and 2, I should say. The top side, that kind of 3-man, that terrific trio that they like to run by, top and jungle were doing all right. I mean, against Guigo's Gwen a couple times, Kiari was not having a good time. That's not really on him. But Yuri, very good stuff these last couple of games. Rensga jumping out to a bit of an early lead here. Again, there's only 700 gold. Don't need to start pounding the alarm bells just yet. And even Guigo, I'm not too worried about because, he's 0-3 right now. But look, he's up 3. He's up, a little bit of CS here. He's staying even at the very least. And he's Viego. All he needs is one good team fight with some resets to get right back into this one.
Exactly. He's Viego. He doesn't need to be that far ahead. If he is, great, he makes his own action. But if you've got leads elsewhere, if you can get them low, then Gigo just picks up those souls and he becomes that champion, which is fed. So Rin needs to then look at, okay, who else are we looking at? Top is a wash. Gigo is going to get dove by Yuri, by Kiari. We can't look there. And I'm still looking at mid lane, at Grethvar, who took this Ignite teleport here, who can still run into the Silas. And Aegis, level 6, has Moonfall available. There's a lot of kill threat here if they decide to pull the trigger, if they can find a way to lock Yuri down.
And something that I wanted to address here is the fact that there is this distinct jungle discrepancy at this present moment. There was a point in this game where Aegis was level 6 and Croc was level 4, right? These two junglers have got a big differential. You can see it now in the CS numbers. There's effectively a full clear ahead for Aegis right here, that he's been able to find farm consistently while still finding those kills. The first blood in the top side got Croc the kill, but did cost him a lot here, as Kiari could be in trouble.
Ooh, ulting forward, and Kiari popped the Dominus, just a little last bit of health regen just in case anything connected and ticked him down. But Aegis able to secure the first dragon of the game at 9 minutes for his squad. Kiari getting a ton of regen up on that Dominus. Kind of waiting out that TP, right? Knows that, maybe, okay, this Dominus, I survived, but now I can kind of reestablish some lane pressure here. And still level up on Guigo. Kiari's still doing all right.
He almost back to full health right away.
Yeah.
And if you're trading ultimates, the Dominus is less impactful. It's more of a counter to that Heartbreaker now. They can smell Croc in the area there. They know that Gigo is vulnerable here. And so they're rotating up. It's a little bit late.
Yep, says Grethvar. Here we go for the first time. And Jojo zooming in there. They get a lot of gold. Just went over the wall like that. So they don't take down the turret, but they get off scot-free there. Barely.
And again, Yuri getting to push another wave in. Yuri getting more experience. A bigger lead. I am worried. I'd be sweating if I was Red.
And those opportunity costs, right? That was a free move here, really, for Red. Yes, they lose out on a mid lane turret or a couple of mid lane waves, and there's a plate that goes down in the bot lane, but they burn the flash off of Kiari. They also save their top lane turret from going down. So overall, it's a good mitigating play by the Red squad, not necessarily the proactive ones that we were looking to see from them. But I don't think that that's been the case for Red pretty much this entire series. In games 1 and 2, they were never being the proactive team. They were more so just reacting to what were mismanaged plays by Rensga for the most part. And now here in this game, in the latter half, where we're seeing Yuri get absolutely beat in this mid lane. Okay.
Yeah, Grethvar still has Ignite if you wanted to take the fight to him. Has to dismount. Yuri did grab the charge, but did burn flash as well. Grethvar held his own in that trade.
Yeah,
really good little trades, yeah.
Yeah, I was actually more worried when Jojo showed up because if you hijack that ultimate, like hijacking charge ain't gonna do you squat in that particular fight, but you hijack that solar flare and maybe you can turn the tides. Now Yuri TPing right back into lane. They want to continue stifling this mid lane as much as possible, and it's one way to deal with a Kled, right? Because Kled will scale up, does a lot of damage, is very strong in early trades as well into melees, but you can see that Greftar wants to be elsewhere, helping the other lanes. If Yuri's constantly pushing, then you're kind of stuck in the lane to match Yuri, or you're losing wave after wave, which is what we're seeing. Aegis, is this the first proactive move we get to see here? Hiding in the bush. Moonfall is available.
Important to note as well, has got Rocket Belt completed, 100 CS, the most on his team so far this game, and now he's got perfect positioning.
Oh, very patient, very nice. He's got Dominus, but no flash. Pops it, and good night. Guigo picking up his first kill of the game. Very good play there on the top side by Red. Able to completely...
And for Rensga here, going to be a bit of a return attempt. Charge really proactive to go ahead, but may not be the position that he wanted here.
Yeah, tough TP as well. The chains do come down. Bear Trap on a rope misses. Chains didn't come down just a little too late. Grevthar not able, or didn't get the tower aggro around it. They're just pinballing off Croc here. Now the TP coming down, and they know, okay, maybe we get out of here. Here comes Kiari. Dominus doesn't have flash. It doesn't matter. Bit of an overstay. Grevthar almost took Croc down with him. And one more kill over to Rensga. It's felt like such a chaotic game, but 6 kills in 12 minutes. This is easy. This is light work. This is LCK CBLOL Uber, and the Glens. The Solar Flare comes down to the box as well. 2 ults traded. Will the arrow find Titan? He doesn't fire it off, does Trigo.
No, and I was sat waiting right there. I was like, yo, Trigo, pressure ult. Yeah. And he did put it down. They actually got both summoners out of Titan. Turns out that they get them traded right back in an instant because Jojo was able to find a nice little re-engage. So both ADCs burn their summoner spells. Damage still has his flash. But outside of that, we're looking very worse for wear in terms of bot lane summoners.
Before you say that, the kills are low, but it is still quintessential CBLOL. We're seeing tons of action, tons of fight, and the lack of kills is not for lack of trying. The teams are getting real scrappy here, and it speaks to the mechanical prowess that a lot of these players are getting out. And I want to go back to that top lane play a little bit, because Grefthar, one auto, one ability, anything, and he remounts, Scarls comes back on, and Rid gets to turn the fight. It's coming down to inches, to fractions of inches between the teams here, and the goal lead, the advantage in tempo that Rensga had is starting to go away here.
Yuri finds Grevthar. There goes the flash as well. The chain, or rather the death sentence into the play. It was just too much. Grevthar stood absolutely no chance, and with no defensive summoner, even less so.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay from Damage because he mistimes the flay right off of the back of the dismount. That's something that you need to be careful with. Kled is that he doesn't use that dismount as a time to miss out on CC. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. They're able to overload in the mid lane and they're able to find the kills. Now Kiari's in trouble himself.
Beautiful CC chain there. Jojo threw out the Zenith Blade just in case, but it did not matter. It's the top side keeping Red afloat right now.
Yeah, no Dominus unfortunately available there. Used it for the dive. And I was going to point out that Rensga, with that kill onto Grefthar, unlocked Dragon and Herald. But the pickoff onto Kiari from Red was a very solid response to deny away that Herald, that top side. Not only that, Gigo getting all that alone time as well. Now, it wasn't first turret. Oh, no, it was first turret because, Trigo just took it. So they get first turret. They get Herald as well. And we've seen this throughout the series that Red just seems to trade better most of the time. So Rensga can't just keep going for blind trades. If they're going to go for these trades, they need to keep the pressure up so that they can continue snowballing that trade. If they're just going 1 for 1 each time, it's not really 1 for 1. It's like more 1 for 1.2, and then Red are slowly going to creep their way back in.
Yeah, Red have been very good at counterpunching, kind of all of playoffs for sure, and this series as well. We've seen that, especially in we saw it in games 1 and 2, but in game 3, now really Rensga just kind of steamrolled that one. It was an absolute shellacking. But in game 2, they managed to keep it close via the counter punches. Kiari up a level here and has, more importantly, that tier 2 ultimate. Croc maybe looking to join the fight. We'll see if Guigo gets this wave and leaves it be.
Yeah, you say more importantly tier 2 ultimate. I say friends in the neighborhood because Croc obviously very nearby and a nice lantern there does scout out. This for me feels like the first game where we are reaching an even break point between the two teams. Games 1 and 2 were very one-sided toward Red. Game, as you say, Ren just slamming And now we're in game number 4, right? We're 16 minutes in. By this point, normally there's a large gold lead for one team. Doesn't feel like that's the case this time round. And I feel like this is going to be the first game where hardcore macro is going to be challenged because there isn't just we can slam them with our wallets regardless of the state of the game.
Oh, if we're looking at hardcore macro, I'm looking at Rid because Rensga haven't shown any. And speaking of Rid and Rensga topside, we get a brawl going.
Croc is a level down. Kiari pops the dominant solar flare down as well. Jojo follows
Oh,
up on the crocodile moonfall. Is it enough? Jojo getting low. Able to pop down a little more CC. Croc, can he jump on the support and kill him? No, the support, or rather the spear doesn't land. We go right back in here.
A Trigo.
Damage, trying to lay down the CC. Here comes Grevstar, finally gets the charge. Red,
Viego.
Looks like they will. Jojo finally goes down for his efforts, but it is a 5-4-1. The ace comes through for Red and a triple kill for Guigo.
And the breaking point has tipped here 4x4. We were talking about it, the tensions mounting, the fact that Red had managed to sort of close that gap, keep it nice and close there, and a misplay from Rensga a little bit. Now watch Croc in this fight and how he kind of kites around the outside. That's the problem with the Nido. He's behind. He needs to land those spears. They aren't landing. And if they aren't landing, he can't go in. He tried to find Jojo here, can't find it. After that, throws a spear, looks for the Viego, looks for the Diana, didn't find it. And that lack of damage was ultimately what cost them. By the time Trigo and everybody came up, I mean, they tried, but Titan was just following up as well. Grevthar was there.
Oh, Kiari's dead. And, try as they might. Unfortunately, Rensga, they weren't able to find anything during that fight, right? The one single kill going on to Jojo feels about as bad as it could have done for Rensga. Losing 5 players, oh, well, great. We got one player in exchange and it was the support. Not something that they're particularly happy about. And on the side.
Yep, taking advantage here on the top side. Solar Flare down onto Trigo, but the follow-up just wasn't quite there. Titan not able to find a nice angle, but man, that true shot barrage is starting to hurt.
Rank 2.
Yeah. As you know, with Divine Thunder too. I mean, that's before the Mirror Mana is completed. And when we saw in Game 3 Rensga's come back, a lot of it came off the bot lane, right? So despite the fact that, sure, Croc might be down, Kiari's getting picked off quite a bit. 2, 5, and 1's not where you want to see your solo laners here. There's still insurance, and I want to see them start cashing in that insurance. Bring Trigo to the fight. Start the fights around your AD carry, who right now is still doing pretty decently. He is going to be behind in terms of the arms race against Titan here, so you don't want to wait for the Mirror Mana to start coming through before you make the plays. Titan will hit that spike first. You want to go now when the base damages are still good, when the lethality still hits hard.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of a window here. Like you said, RMC, the tipping point has been hit. Jojo sidesteps both skill shots there. Aegis. Get a little bit of shielding there from his W. Grevthar's got the TP and he's got the Ignite. It will be an Ocean Soul to play for. Dropped in the bottom lane here is the Herald, trying to create a little more pride. Maybe not the perfect Herald, to say the least. Gonna get that blast cone over the wall. He's waiting for Kiari to join, or maybe just trying to bait him. And drop a control ward down just in case here. Bear Trap on a rope doesn't find anything either, posturing around this Ocean Drake.
Yeah, setting up for this dragon now. Titan and Gigo coming up on the top side. This could be that pincer that Rensga hates to see right now. Charge from the bottom.
Charge from the bottom. Moonfall grabbed by Yuri. Grevthar going in, but is it too deep? The Solar Flare will help him out. Moonfall for Aegis rather doesn't find anybody. Flay, or rather Death Sentence, doesn't land either. Spear gonna miss, but not by much. Titan a bit low on mana. He's gonna have to use all his abilities to try and burn down this dragon, or at least help. Not able to get in range for a smite. Here comes the TP. Kiari, or Yuri rather, join the fight. Still has that Moonfall in. He goes onto Jojo. Can he use the Moonfall in time? Can he stopwatch to buy himself some time? He's still around a lot of members. Gets the Moonfall. Is it too little too late? Rensga looking like they might be able to pull this out. Jojo stays safe. Titan's still free firing though. Kiari has to run away. And if Titan's still free firing, that means you still got a chance. Trigo has to flash away. He is low on mana. Doesn't matter. Guigo gonna get himself a reset as well. Red come away winners in this fight.
There was a moment 4x4 where it looked like Rensga could turn it, and it's when Yuri came in, when he landed those chains, when he went in, but he went golden, burnt the Sonias before Moonfall came down. Second tick didn't come through, and that just unleashed Gigo, because if there's no CC to stop this Viego, the restarts start coming in, and he just runs amok on the back line. And if that fight at Dragon was Rensga's chance to try and reclaw things in their favor, they're now deep in a hole. And we've seen what happens when Rensga is behind. It's so difficult for them, especially with a composition, with a Nidalee, with a Renekton. At this point, you're looking for picks. And on an ocean map, I guess that's the saving grace, right? There are at least more bushes for you to hide in and more ambushes for you to set up.
Yeah, and I like this Nidalee pick because it synergizes a lot with what the different champions are trying to accomplish, right? In this instance, we've got Trigo on the Varus who can help put out poke. You've got Nidalee there to do the same thing, and then you've also got the Renekton Nidalee duo to go hand in hand. Unfortunately, that's just not going to be happening anymore, right? The dive duo have sort of elapsed their window to make anything particular happen. Nidalee now needs to start trying to default back to this more poke style. Yes, you're an assassin, but if you can find somebody caught out, Aegis may be that target.
Yeah, Aegis maybe gets caught out. Really nice solar flare. Jojo looking for the turn. Titan went the other way. I don't think he knew that Jojo was going to pull that trigger that hard. Big chunk of damage.
Charge.
But here comes the re-engage. Charge, says Grevthar, and just dissuades Rensga at the end of the day. See if they can break open this mid-tier 1 as a result. That was a back-and-forth fight there. Man, I mean, you thought that he was dead to rights, was Aegis, but with the re-engage, a really nice solar flare from Jojo, not able to quite get the turn. Grevthar shows up. It's a little too late, just a little disjointed there, but you saw what Red was trying to do.
And I think even the charge coming through felt a little superfluous coming out. Like at that point, they had already disengaged, right? I'd rather have seen Grevthar hold it to threaten a re-engage maybe 30 seconds down the road, just when Rensga sort of relax a little bit. But as it stands, Rensga actually ended up getting, what on earth? Rensga had the priority, had the pressure mid, and it doesn't matter because somehow Trigo gets left alone and Gigo wants Trigo.
I think Gigo just flashed on in there, be it using Heartbreaker to begin with or using the Spectral Maw to find the open up. That's going to signal the start of Baron, though. Their big poke source actually out of the way. Remember, Croc still can fire spears, can still get into the pit to take the steal as well. Titan dodging out on the hook, and he's skeet shooting right now. He's finding everybody, and the Baron's already gone.
Big solar flare taken by Yuri. The spear lands onto Skarl. True Shot Barragers for a last little dissuade. And look at them. They're going crazy in that red box. Look at the emotion on their faces. Solemn in the face of a potential victory here.
It was a free Baron, right? Rensga had no vision whatsoever. And Rid are probably disbelieving that they just got away scot-free. No contest whatsoever. While that was happening, Chiari does manage to push out the bot lane. And it's minor... And he didn't even get the turret, but I'm going to mention it because when you're this far behind, your immediate goal as Rensga at this point is shove out your waves as far as you can. The longer you can delay, the better. Baron is only 3 minutes here. So if that is roughly 6 waves, you shove out all those waves right away. It takes roughly 30 to 45 seconds for your minions to walk down into an inner turret there. So every little bit counts. And then once Baron is off, Rensga can look to start actually playing the game again. But for now, you're just stuck on wave clear duty. You don't get to step out.
And I think as well, something that is certainly fairly present in the Reds' minds right here is that there is still a very present threat in this Sylas, in this Varus as well, because they've ticked over to some sort of core item thresholds. And whilst Red obviously are pushing in these waves fairly confidently at this stage in the game, trying to siege up into this composition, not going to necessarily be the easiest thing. You talked about how melee oriented this Red squad is going to be. They don't have the biggest range when it comes to trying to find poke under the turrets, trying to stop this Varus from clearing out those minions. It is going to be exclusively on Titan here to put down that poke, unless Red just decide that they don't care for the turrets and they don't care about the turrets more so than anything else, and that they can just jump underneath them anyway.
They're kind of doing that.
Yeah, Guigo outputs so much damage there onto Chiari. The 4-1 lane assignments here leave Guigo alone. He is just leagues ahead of everybody, milking everything they can out of the last minute of this Baron. Grevthar gets hit by the death sentence and the Chains of Corruption, but it doesn't matter. He's able to get out, and the damage wasn't there to follow up.
Damage wasn't there. I mean, Yuri wasn't there. Yuri was splishing split pushing topside, and I just don't understand. You end up sacking 2 potential inhibitors here. And now, even when Baron wears out in 30 seconds, if the inhibs aren't down by then, it doesn't matter. They've cracked your inhibitor turrets. That's the hard part. And you just sit in there and you siege up the inhibitors. And now Rensga are fighting with supers in 2 lanes as Dragon is up, as an Ocean Soul might be threatened yet.
Gonna back away. And they do find themselves here 2 inhibitors, right? That's
I think we might have lost Roodood there. A little bit of connection issues.
Hey, he's back.
Okay, perfect. There we go. He's back just in time to watch Soul Point go over to Red.
Okay, so, all right. Well, what I was trying to say is that mission accomplished, essentially, for Red. They break open the base. They even get 2 inhibitors for it. Right now, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, essentially, on this game. They've got 5 minutes until they have Soul Point. They have 5 minutes with opening or 2 inhibitors already down. The very simple, very straightforward way here is just overload topside, let minions in the bot lane and mid lane do their hard work. And then when they push into the turrets, hit the Nexus, somebody has to go back and answer that. You reach a position where you either lose your Nexus turrets or you lose your top lane.
Yeah, and not only that, Baron's coming up in 3 minutes, right? Or 2.5 minutes, actually. The inhibitors being mid and bot down means that supers are pushing in there. Rensga can't even leave their base to contest that. If they're not there in full 5, they lose Baron for sure. And if they are there in full 5, they're going to lose their base as supers.
That's something that they obviously don't want to do, right? They don't want to be giving up their base, but Yuri's overextended and he's caught.
He's caught. Uses the Moonfall defensively. They're in a beautiful lantern. I mean, a fantastic lantern by damage. I don't know if that saved them the game, but it might have.
Yeah, it stops them from losing, that's for sure. Yeah. I don't know that it makes them start winning, but still, you can see that they're in a whole world of pain right here.
Damage with the counter-engage, well-timed Flay there to get Jojo off his back. Doesn't have Solar Flare either. He's out of this fight for the time being. But that top inhibitor is still down because of, like you guys were saying, the 2 points of pressure. You've got supers in 2 lanes. You got to defend that third one from going down and creating some sort of prio for Baron should they choose to go for it. But they might not even need it. That Nexus turret is hanging on by a thread. And it does go down.
Super streaming in, double supers about to start spawning as well. Change of Corruptions goes wide, and Red, they just need to sit back and wait for their waves here. Last final fight.
Here it is. Maybe for all the marbles, Yuri goes golden. He just does pick up a kill, and Jojo gets another. The Solar Flare that was stolen by Yuri went wide. Titan is popping off in the bottom lane, in the bottom left of your screen. He is over the moon. Trigo is crushed, and this is where the miracle run ends for Rensga. Red Canids are going to Worlds, your 2021 Split 2 CBLOL champions.
6th seed coming into the playoffs. People doubted them, called them impatient, immature. Kindergarten was the term used to describe Red Canids here. Well, it's graduation day because Red Canids have taken it here 3-1 in commanding fashion. They have won CBLOL and will be representing the region at Worlds 2021.
And deservedly so as well here, guys, because this was a series which shows exactly what this team is capable of. You can see the emotions on their faces right here. They are over the moon. They are in literal tears about this. They get to go to Worlds, they get to represent their region, and the rest of the staff coming in. You can just see, we don't need to say anything. This is the peak here of what they've been able to achieve. They're just breaking keyboards, doesn't matter, whatever it is here, absolutely immeasurable elation on their faces.
Yeah, whatever they will get fined for breaking those keyboards, they don't even care. I think they might own them, right? Everyone brings their kind of mouse and keyboard, but either way, I mean, like you said, it's graduation day. It is the 6th seed victorious. Look at the emotions from Red. I mean, and Grevthar. Let's talk about this man, because and maybe you guys start talking too, because seeing Grevthar cry might make me cry. This man stepped in after having no professional experience. You want to talk about a rookie-heavy team. We were talking off stream that, it's cool that Rensga and Red are the finalists because as the old guard of the CBLOL, after 10 years of existence, this is the league that has had kind of the same talent shuffle laterally. And Red and Rensga, rookie-heavy teams, are the ones fighting for a spot at Worlds 2021 as the new guard is ushered in. And the poster boy for that right now, because of how this went down, is Grevthar. How about that? And winning it on Kled. And a Kled game where he didn't play that well, honestly. He had a rough go at it. Like, let's not sugarcoat it. But the fact of the matter is, a young guy with a pocket pick like that, not afraid to bust it out on the biggest stage. He did it twice in these playoffs.
Yeah, and I think as well, right, the willingness to bust that out, we were sort of coming in saying potentially there's nerves, right? And we can only speculate to that. But at the end of the day, the ability to say, lock me in my fabled Kled mid lane, and then still be able to, like you say, albeit not have the best game, right? But to be able to win the game regardless is certainly something that we need to pay homage to, and to say, okay, this is incredibly impressive that a guy who had been playing presumably just in, CBLOL Academy prior to this playoffs run, to be brought in and said, okay, we have faith in you. We're bringing you in now at the playoffs when it matters the most to be our superstar mid laner, and then to go through quarters, to go through semis, to come to the finals as well, having lost just 2 games prior, and to be able to pull out 2 immeasurable performances, 2 MVP performances in the first 2 games, and then start demolishing people in the biggest stage that there is domestically, really does go to show you that this is a team that can use rookie talent, can use veteran talent, and they've sort of managed to fuse those 2 together to get themselves to Worlds.
And Grevthar, obviously, the lion's share of our attention because he's the most extreme example. But Vigo, Aegis, they are in similar situations. This is their first time in CBLOL here. Granted, they had all of last split as well, but 2021 is their fresh year in, and they win it. Their first year in. I know that both these teams, it would have been true for most of their players, but Red won it. And Titan, 2018 was the last time he represented CBLOL, and at that time, he was on Kaboom. Now he's here to do it for Red once again. Jojo, his support, who's been playing with him here, has never won CBLOL before, has played in CBLOL. So huge props to this team, to every member of their team for being able to play through after what looked like a bit of a catastrophic game 3. And for the Cowboys, I know that we said nobody remembers second place, so let's remember them right now, right here. Rensga, huge props to them. They went from 10th place to 2nd place. And sure, they didn't manage to win it, but they got darn close. And Nick Split, they just need to show up a little bit here. Their signature aggression works. That doesn't need to change. They just need to, I think, have a bit more stable mental, be able to bounce back a little bit better. And I am looking forward to them. The new blood in Rensga is strong. 4 rookies there, and I want to see more out of them next year.
It's going to be really, really exciting. I mean, and you hope that, I think if you're a Brazilian fan, that this sets the stage for not only, you're excited for these 2 teams next year, but what guys want to do, what other teams want to do in the future. And not relying quite as much on, let's bring in guys from, other regions. And like, no, this is not to disrespect Diamond Prox, because he actually played really well on rough team. But like, so maybe there's the counter example, but like, that's what I could think of right now. And look, like, I think this is very, very exciting if you are a Brazilian fan. That look, the young generation, the next generation is coming up strong here. But Rensga, like y'all were saying, you got to pay their respects. You got to pay your respects to them because they played out of their minds. And it's unfortunate that even that they had such a dominant game 3 and that they came so close in game 4, because you can't help it. You can't coulda, shoulda, woulda. Otherwise, that's no way to live your life, especially as a competitor. But man, those first 2 games, what are we doing, boys? Right? And it was a blue side, little blue side diffie that ended up winning it here. But and I mean, it seems like Cyan God. By the way, y'all, all of you in the chat, and as thank you so much for making this as much fun to do as it is. But yeah, you said it yourself. Love to see it. The new talent coming into the scene. This is good, especially as I know that the CBLOL promos this year has been celebrating 10 years. And looking back at so many of these legends that have come through, Matsukaze, BRTT, Tinones, right? These guys that, we talk about how, oh yeah, Titan was on this roster back in the day and he was playing with like Dinketo and Ranger and, like it's such a lateral league, but the future looks really, really bright in the long term. In the short term, how do we feel about Red and how they operate going into Worlds?
I think that we're very excited. I've been saying this since, the start of Split 1, since we started putting on this coverage, that Red have felt like a team with the highest skill ceiling, one of the teams that could very easily boast a very strong performance in Europe. It is now when we go to Worlds, and I think that seeing this squad come out, play the way that they have, I think that the fact that Rensga took a game gives them a lot to look back on as well and say, okay, where did we fall flat? Where can we look to improve? And here I'm looking to see how well they can do in Worlds because, obviously we're Brazil, right? We're going in as a play-ins team, looking to be causing some upsets, get some wins on the board if possible. And I think that this Red squad definitely have a chance.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, MSI this year showed us that the gap is closing between minor and major regions. There's no doubt major regions are major for a reason, right? Like China, LPL, LCK, they're still top of their game, but the minor region teams can definitely show up and take games off some of these teams here. And what we saw in the playoffs from Red has truly impressed me. If we think back to the quarterfinals, the beginning of their run, it wasn't the Titan show. It wasn't the Greftar show. It was Aegis and Gigo taking over, just crushing top side and cascading it down to the bot side. Semifinals against Vorax. Titan came back to form. It was the old Red Canids where you funneled everything towards the AD carry and let Titan carry. Attack of Titan, that was how they won the semifinals. And now in the finals, Greftar stepping up. They've shown each and every single person, every position. I know I didn't mention Jojo. That's kind of just an addendum to Titan, but Jojo doing great as well in the semifinals. And then in the finals, Greftar, multiple MVPs here. Everyone can carry. They have different tools they can pull out, different strategies. So I'm very hopeful going forward. I never thought Brazil was a pool 4 seed. And I think Red showing up, they'll look like a top of the pool 3, maybe bottom of the pool 2 seed.
Well, you heard it here first. Clip that and ship it. Huffing that BR copium, that blue, yellow, and green copium. Anything else, y'all?
We had a message from our we had a message from our Lord and Savior, our creator, more so than anything else. Dia had a little. He sent us a little message. So I think if we can get that up from Spoods here, and then you guys can just take a little bit to maybe read and then enjoy.
Yeah, I mean, I'll paraphrase it here. I'll paraphrase. I'll just read it. These are Dia words, not my voice, but Dia's words. It's been an amazing year and an incredible season, going from almost no one knowing we even existed in January to being able to bring CBLOL to a pretty sizable community by the end of Split 2. Following CBLOL has been mind-boggling, sometimes good and sometimes less so, and we've been privileged, genuinely, to cover some of the most unpredictable league imaginable. We'll be back next year with even more energy and love, and we can't wait to see you there. Até a próxima, galera. Thank you so much for being with us all Split or whenever you joined. Thank you for being here. For Dia, for Spoods, pulling the strings and putting on this incredible production. By the way, the level up you see here is all for him. Spoods, spelled Spoods, at Spoods on Twitter, I believe. And if not at Spoods LOL. One of those two, but you'll find him. And you will like what you find. I guarantee it. For them, for everyone else, Camcom, Axeman, everyone who has filled in and out. If I'm forgetting anyone, please forgive me. For Dia, who, when he told me about this, I think it was late 2020, early 2021. We were in like some random Discord, and he was like, "Oh, Henrique, that's a fun name. Like, are you like where are you from?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm Brazilian." He's like, "Okay, hit me up afterwards. I have a proposition for you." And and one thing led to another. And it's been a joy getting to know you two. RMC and Roodood, has been an absolute pleasure casting with y'all. I learn a lot from you guys. So thank you. Y'all make me better. And the platform that this whole passion project has given me has made me better as well. And it's brought life into my Saturday mornings. And this half of me, I'm half Brazilian, half American, but this half of me is it's my favorite. Like it's and the game I love so much, and being able to connect those two and just do it for y'all and in the chat and whatnot, showing your appreciation. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'll let y'all get your words in, then we'll pack it up here.
You know, just to again say thank you to literally everybody who's helped us out throughout this entire split. Right, this was a passion project started up. We capped 100 viewers today in the finals. It has been genuinely a humbling experience here to get every single one of you in here to be able to showcase the finals. We were trying to do it to a more Western community. Hey, if we have a load of Brazilians in here as well, you are more than welcome. Just to showcase you your region in another language. It has been an absolute honor throughout, and RMC, I'll pass to you for any closing words.
Yeah, I think you guys have covered most of it. It was great covering this. Congratulations once again to Red Canids. And do stay tuned to us. Do follow our Twitter here because we might still be doing some content in the off season. Nothing's for sure yet, but you know, we're thinking about it. So make sure you follow us on Twitter in case we do anything else. But barring that, thank you all once again here. And we'll see you, if not during the off season, if not at Worlds, then next season for 2022 CBLOL.
Yeah. That's all we got. Thank you so much for being here. For everyone I've mentioned, Roodood, Spoods, Dia, RMC, Camcom, Axeman, and anyone else I've forgotten, and most importantly, y'all. Thank you to the entire country, the region, CBLOL, all those people I've been 4x4. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you back here real soon. Oh, right. Post game.